this virtual meeting of the Council on the 18th of February 2021. May I first all remind you of some domestic arrangements before we continue into the meeting. First, ensure your microphones are muted when you're not speaking, that your cameras are located in the correct position. So what that really means is that we don't have just eyes and foreheads. So if you could just check your position, that'd be fantastic. And I know through the evening that position changes. If you could just readjust it, that'd be excellent. Thank you. That you don't interrupt other speakers when they're speaking. Please use the raised hand facility if you wish to speak, but please refrain from using the emojis. I know some of you found them. We're only going to use the hands up facility when in this meeting. Members are reminded not to use the messaging chat function during the meeting unless it is to report a pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest or to notify the chair that you wish to make a proposal. That if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Additionally, you will be invited to speak and ask questions by the chair. Please await your turn. If members lose connection to the meeting, you must contact the Member Support Officer, Mandy Smith, as soon as possible. He will try and get you back into the meeting. As this is a virtual meeting, you will not need to stand to address the chair. I'd like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you'll be deemed by the Council to have consented to being filmed. By entering this meeting, you are also consenting to being filmed by the Council and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. Can I move to the agenda, please? And apologies for absence.
Chair, I have no apologies for absence. Thank you.
Thank you. Declaration of interest by councillors. In accordance with the delegated authority, the monitoring officer has granted dispensations to all members in respect of the 21-22 budget papers. Do we have any other declarations? Okay, moving on. We're now going to move to the minutes of the previous meeting held on January 21st, 2021, for accuracy only. Are there any issues with the accuracy of the minutes? Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this is actually a mistake or whether there's just the numerical, whatever it is, bullet point things that don't seem to quite tally. On page 174, where we were talking about the changes to the outside bodies. I think some of the numbers don't seem to make sense to me, so I'm not sure if I've misread them or the numbering of the actual resolutions doesn't quite tally with what was in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. That is noted. Thank you for your diligence. That will be corrected if there is an error there. Thank you. So can we have a proposer, please, for the accuracy of those minutes? Okay, Councillor Mayor. And a seconder, please. Councillor Phillips. I'll now ask the Corporate Manager Governance and Civic Office to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, could you please open the vote in the modern.gov app by clicking the plus sign in the top right hand of the agenda screen and selecting attendance and voting. In the voting tab, the vote for this agenda item will show in blue. Please click on the blue line to open the vote. Thank you. Chair, that the votes are all for. Thank you.
Thank you. The minutes of the meeting have been confirmed and they will be signed at the next practicable opportunity. We'll now move to the leaders' announcements. I'd like to invite Councillor Morley to present her update. Councillor Morley, please. Councillor Morley, are you there?
My apologies, Chair.
No problem, thank you.
As we have significant budget debates to consider tonight, together with a number of questions and amendments, I will not give a lengthy leaders' announcements. I did, however, want to quickly highlight a few things. Firstly, in relation to COVID, the progress that has been made in recent weeks with regard to the delivery of the vaccine has been amazing. Despite the snow, this progress has catapulted Suffolk up the league tables in terms of delivery of the first doses to the first 4 cohorts. This work clearly isn't done, however, and this week I've met with Ed Garrett from our CCGs to ensure that we were working as closely as possible with the NHS to support the delivery of the vaccine. Together we will be targeting our resources in getting to the minority that qualify but have not yet received their jab. It is also fantastic to see new asymptomatic testing site being rolled out in Stowmarket, which will shortly be followed by even more local sites too. I'm also really proud that we've been able to extend our council tax hardship scheme to further help the most vulnerable in our district who have been most impacted by COVID. Finally, in terms of COVID, I'm sure we'll all be glued to the TV on Monday to hear the PM outline the government's plans for leading us out of this lockdown. There are lots of reasons to be hopeful, but in the meantime, I would like to reiterate our Suffolk-wide messages that Suffolk needs you to follow the guidance, hands, face, space, to get tested regularly if you're unable to work from home, and to get your COVID jab when it's your turn. In return, Suffolk supports you through Home But Not Alone and our community involvement, the distribution of business grants, self-isolation payments and practical support for those most in needs. I mentioned the snow earlier, and although it has now melted away, I wanted to pay tribute to our bin crews who were back out within 48 hours, including working on Saturday, making collections and clearing the backlog as best they could despite the weather. We are currently 2 to 3 days behind, and so unfortunately the delays will run into early next week, even with working on Saturday again. As you know, this was particularly difficult since we have COVID-related staff absences within the team, which has caused the garden waste service to be suspended for now. I'm hopeful that I'll be able to give more positive news on this in the coming weeks, ahead of spring, as the number of positive cases continues to fall and colleagues exit self-isolation. As it is half term, I also wanted to highlight the fantastic initiative we have in place, building on what we did during the winter half term to tackle holiday hunger. This scheme involves food parcels containing ingredients for 5 meals for a family of 4, distributed to families during half term. The initiative, delivered on behalf of the Council by Abbeycroft Leisure's Explore Outdoor team, ensures no child goes hungry when free school meals are paused during the school holidays. Families in need are identified by local schools, and the food parcels also include ideas on how to make food stretch further in future, making a real difference to the lives of low-income families in our district. I also wanted to say a couple of words in relation to Gateway 14. I will not say too much, as of course we wear many hats in relation to this site, including being the planning authority. I'm really pleased to see, however, that the planning application has been submitted. I also wanted to make all councillors aware that officers, together with our development partner JNIC, are meeting on a 4-weekly basis with the newly formed residents group. Finally, I was, of course, really pleased to be able to lend our support to Gateway 14, being part of the wider Freeport East bid to government, alongside colleague councils, businesses and our MPs in Suffolk and Essex. We will be continuing to lobby government and keeping our fingers crossed that we will be one of the 10 Freeports that will be announced. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Morley? I can see Councillor Passmore, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Susie, thank you very much for your report. I'm sure you would join with me and perhaps the Chairman of the Council in expressing our huge thanks and admiration for all those involved in such a stellar performance on the vaccine rollout programme, including people who work for this council as well. I think it's been a superhuman effort, and it does give us the key to unlocking our future for the whole population. I think they've done a tremendous job, and I think they are to be absolutely congratulated. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Passmore. When I met with Ed Garrett from our CCG earlier on this week, he did tell me that despite the snow, across Suffolk, we vaccinated 57,000 people in 1 week. And there was no let up in spite of the snow. They still got through everybody that was due to be vaccinated last week. And I'm enormously grateful to everything that our NHS and our CCGs are doing. And I'm very happy to support them in any way we can.
Thank you. Remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Passmore. Councillor Mansell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions for the leader, if that's okay. Firstly, having been asked to support the COVID vaccination transport programme with some of my locality budget, I just wondered whether there was any report about how that was progressing. And my second question, I would like to know why there is no written document of your leader's report in the late papers. Thank you.
Councillor Morley.
There is no written report because there is no requirement for a written report. This is my announcements, and in order to get you the most accurate and up-to-date information, it's being crafted until the last possible moment. It will appear on our website as soon as is practically available. With regard to the community transport, we have contacted over 150 community organisations in order to assess the requirements and the needs for this. Only 2 have come back to us, and we're working with them, and we will continue to work with the community groups as we identify them.
Thank you. And moving on to Councillor Geek, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your report, Councillor Morley. It is distressing to know that welfare support for families is insufficient for them to feed themselves. So although it's good to hear that food boxes are being given out and excellent that the families are being identified by schools, really, of course, it shouldn't be needed. And can you give us an idea of how many families are in this situation across the district?
No, I can't give you that figure at the moment, but I'm happy to send it out later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Morley, for those announcements. I've got 2 questions, if I may. You mentioned sort of minorities that are difficult to reach with regards to vaccinations, and I just wondered what the council specifically was doing to help reach them. And secondly, with regards to the suspension of the brown waste, the garden waste bins, there have been a couple of suspensions and residents have received money off their bill for the coming year. If there are further suspensions, will they be getting further funds off their bill? Thank you very much.
Yes, I can answer the last one easiest. So the same process will be in place to ensure that nobody is paying for a service that they're not receiving. So I can confirm that. Just remind me what the first one was. Just
with regards to what the council is doing. You mentioned hard to reach minorities for the vaccination programme, and that the council was working with the CCG on that. And I just wondered what was the council's role in that? Thank you, Chair.
We have regular outbreak engagement board meetings with the CCGs, and where they identify particular areas or particular cohorts that are not coming forward, then we're working with them to see how we can help. And if it's a community transport issue, then we will help where we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wellen, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Morley, for your announcements, and particularly to the reference for the Gateway 14 residents group. Could you tell us what's the makeup of the residents group, and how will members be kept informed of relevant discussions and agreements? Are representatives from villages and settlements close to the site, and particularly from Cedars Park, included in the group? I would have hoped that Stow Upland would have been represented, but I haven't been informed that they are. Could you clarify, please?
I'm happy to clarify that outside the meeting.
Thank you.
Hopefully I'm back off mute now. So Councillor Warboys, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Morley. With regard to the free ports, are we giving them our unqualified support? Further on in our papers today, we talk about environment, social and governance issues arising from our investments. Gateway 14 is one of our major investments. Could you explain how these issues will be addressed with regard to the free ports?
Sorry, which issues were they?
These are environment, social and governance issues. They're an important part of how we look at our investments, whether in fact they're environmentally sustainable, whether they're socially responsible, and whether we have proper governance over them.
I'm not aware that we have any of those issues at the moment. I think we're not that far advanced, but
this is why I was asking about whether we are giving unqualified support to the free ports, or whether we are qualifying our support because of environment, social and governance concerns. Free ports are in some areas.
If I may jump in, I think we're going into a lot of depth, and to ambush somebody and expect them to have all that information at hand, I think would be really difficult. I'd be grateful if this could be taken offline and those answers given to you. Are we content with that?
I didn't mean to ambush anyone.
No, it's fine. It's just
up in the opening comments.
It's a lot of information, and in fairness, I don't think she would have that at hand, and I think we can take this outside of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the leader, please? Thank you. In that case, thank you, Councillor Morley. We'll now move on to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council Procedure Rules.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. And moving on, questions by the public in accordance with Council Procedure Rules.
None received, Chair.
Okay. And now we'll move to the questions by councillors in accordance with the Council Procedure Rules. I refer you to the questions that are from councillors in the table papers. And if I could ask the councillors that are asking the questions to please read out that question in full for the benefit of those that are listening or watching this meeting who haven't got the facility to read the table papers. That'd be really appreciated. So we're going to move on to question 1, which is from Councillor Stringer to Councillor Fleming. Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Given the justified public outcry of this council cutting down 3 of the walnut trees planted by my former head teacher Mike Arbon in Walnut Tree Walk in Stowmarket, and the council subsequently stating incorrectly that this was because Mid-Suffolk County Councils demanded their removal within 21 days, when will the council offer an apology and admit it was wrong?
Councillor Fleming.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Councillor Stringer. The district, and I on behalf of the district, have made a public statement in the East Anglian recently which makes it clear that the council regrets the loss of these trees. And I too personally regret the loss of the 3 walnut trees which were cut down on Walnut Tree Close following miscommunications and what appears to have been errors of judgment on site, the details of which all have been publicly reported. Mistakes happen, as all of us know, and this was one of them. Important lessons have been learned and measures are being put in place to avoid any similar error in the future. As Cabinet Member for Environment, including Public Realm, I am sorry that this happened and realise that the trees were planted by a former headmaster of the middle school. The council intends to make as much amends as it can by ensuring that healthy and well-located replacement trees are planted as soon as feasible as part of the agreed planning conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you very much. Can I thank Councillor Fleming for saying the word sorry in that speech publicly? That helps me certainly to draw a line and move on, which I really hope to do. Would Councillor Fleming agree that now it would be whether it would be a good idea to actually rethink our proposals in the site we own in Walnut Tree Walk to make sure we are bringing back better than we've taken away, and then communicate that widely to the public in the area so we avoid these mistakes in the future? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming.
Sorry, I'm not sure that anything I can say about this particular site will help avoid anything in the future. I think the new procedures we put in place will. However, in terms of this particular site, as Councillor Stringer knows, the site is scheduled for redevelopment for housing, and the area along the close where the trees were cut is actually that road is unfortunately going to be widened, and the trees that were cut down, as far as I can tell from looking at plans, would have had to have been removed anyway. And the planning application, which was determined earlier last year, passed muster with about 4 or 5 objections, and the plans have already been approved, as I understand. I don't believe there is anything that I or anyone else can do to revisit planning conditions that have already been through the planning process. I think that's all I can say about it.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Stringer. Moving on now to question 2, which is from Councillor Mansell to Councillor Byrne, please. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Councillor Byrne. The Healthy Homes Act calls for a set of healthy homes principles to be made law, and as such part of national planning policy. Since advising officers of this initiative in January, we have not heard anything more. Will this council support the Healthy Homes Act?
Thank you. Councillor Byrne, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mansell. The homes we live in have a major impact on our health and well-being, and this council is committed to delivering healthy new homes through our emerging joint local plan. The Town and Country Planning Association's important campaign to introduce new legislation in the form of a Healthy Homes Act includes laudable aims and objectives which we are already seeking to implement, insofar as is possible under current national policy. It is not yet certain how the government may seek to implement and standardise the principles proposed by the Town and Country Planning Association, Town and County Planning Association. So we do not know what the design and cost impacts would be on development in our area. but I welcome the Town and County Planning Association's efforts, and this council will continue to push for healthy new homes. I will ask officers to monitor the progress of this campaign and any subsequent bill through Parliament in order that we can respond to changes at the national level and identify best practice for implementing the joint local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, if I may. I think it's very pleasing to hear from Councillor Byrne that we are incorporating many features within the joint local plan to make sure that the homes that are built in this district are as healthy as possible. But would it be possible for this council to actually incorporate some of those exemplary features to ensure the healthy homes in some of our own developments?
Councillor Byrne.
In advance of it becoming, adopted as law.
Thank you. I think we do presently look to see how far we can actually extend our implementation of these particular standards, and we do try to optimize as much as possible. I think this will be, as design becomes more and more to the forefront of planning, which it certainly is going to do, I think. I think I can reassure you that the likelihood is that the standards that we will be able to achieve in future will be higher. But certainly it's a laudable aim, and I share your hope for it. You're muted, Barry.
Right, I'm hopefully back now. Thank you. Okay, the next question is from Councillor Otten to Councillor Morley. Councillor Otten, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This council agreed to establish a youth council as part of the Green Liberal Democrat amendment in 2020. This current year, as a result of the pandemic, has been extremely difficult for young people, physically and mentally. The Youth Council could help to establish just what the most important issues are for them and to start to put in place some of those issues identified. What has the Council done to implement this commitment?
Councillor Morley, please.
Thank you, Chair. As part of the 2020/21 budget setting, the Green and Liberal Democrat group presented 10 key proposals to the administration. It was agreed that some of these proposals would be progressed when the Council approved the budget. The administration places a great deal of importance in engaging all citizens in democracy, including young people. However, it was felt that a youth council wasn't the only option to achieving this. Therefore, officers have been working on research and a scoping document for a wider project on democratic engagement. This work has been delayed during the COVID-19 pandemic. The staff have been redeployed to priority response tasks, but will recommence in May 2021. I can assure you that I personally and this administration place the utmost importance on the well-being of all our citizens. You can see this from our vision and strategic priorities. We know from national statistics that this pandemic has had a particular effect on the mental health and well-being of younger people, and we continue to work with our partners across the system to provide support for them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin, do you have a supplementary question?
Well, yes, Chairman, I'm very disappointed to hear Councillor Moore's response to this. I think it's very disappointing that we've had no indication of exactly what work is being done. And I would hope that what she's saying is that the proposal to implement a youth council has now been put on hold. And I believe that we need to hear from her exactly what is being planned and to have detailed of any timescale of where that plans is happening. Thank you very much.
Councillor Morley, if you'd like to respond, please.
I'm not sure that that's actually a question. I've just said it will recommence in May 2021, and I can't tell you any more than that at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now move to question 4, which is Councillor Mathieson to Councillor Byrne, please. Councillor Mathieson, please.
Thank you, Chair. What information do you have to give confidence that our housing delivery and our build pipeline will continue to justify a 5-year housing land supply?
Councillor Byrne.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Matheson. Mid-Suffolk District Council currently has a housing land supply of 7.67 years, as shown in the Housing Land Supply Position Statement of October 2020. The Council also passed the government's annual housing delivery test with a result of 103% for the 2020 test published in January 2021. We also maintain an up-to-date housing delivery test action plan, which has been through overview and scrutiny committee. The joint local plan identifies a supply of development from April 2018 up to March 2037, and minimum housing requirement areas for the minimum housing requirement figures for those areas, producing a neighbourhood plan. In order to maintain a consistent and favourable supply and delivery of development throughout the plan period, the policies aim to identify and create flexibility for sufficient housing development and a buffer of approximately 20% in the supply of new land has been identified. If there is any concern, if I have any concern around our land supply, it is around the issue that it's important that we continue to grant planning permissions that will enable us to maintain and top up supply.
Councillor Mathieson, do you have a supplementary question, please?
Yes, I think the I can't see that that we should continue to grant planning permissions when we know we've got something like 7,000 that we've already approved. It's encouraging that the delivery test was most recently okay, but I think we still need to know frequently how that is going. October was now 4 months away in the past, and are we still holding good well above?
Have you got a question?
Yeah, the question is, are we, do we know that we are actually still up at seven years 3 months later? I mean, there's been a lot of stops and starts in the building industry.
Councillor Byrne, please.
Yeah, well, it's you're asking me crystal ball stuff, Councillor Matheson. We have no indications that healthy 7.67 years has slipped significantly over the past 3 months. As and when we fixed the 5-year land supply figure, no, we will not be recalculating it every month just to check that we're still managing to stay on the right side of 5 years. I think we can be fairly confident that at the moment we are still within that figure, well within that figure. And the business about granting permissions, you have to remember that whilst we have a certain level of control over the development and delivery of housing, the greater part of that control is held by the developers. And so we're entirely in their hands as to whether it is delivered by them. That is why it's important that we continue to maintain a supply of permissions so that any which do drop off the end because they're not developed in sufficient time and their permissions lapse, we nonetheless maintain our numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Moving to question 6, Councillor Pratt. Question 2, Councillor Fleming. Councillor Pratt, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this question really comes off the back of the recent recycling campaign from constituents or residents. Basically, so the council halted the collection of Tetra Pak when the current MRF contract began in May 2019. One of the reasons cited for this is that Tetra Pak only makes up around 1% of MRF waste inputs. It was also explained by our officers that it is technically difficult to separate Tetra Pak materials from mixed recyclate due to the automated recovery processes being used there, and that sorting Tetra Pak from recyclate is really uneconomical to do by hand. Nonetheless, over 90% of local authorities are now collecting cartons for recycling, and more than 65% of local authorities are helping people recycle from their homes.
Councillor Pratt needs to jump in. So you raised a question, it's in the table papers. I'd like you to read that question. That's all.
Right. Well, I thought I would just...
No, just read the question. Just read the question.
Right. Well, I think it's important to point out that local authorities in Norfolk and Cambridgeshire collect cartons from the curbside residents from recycling bins, and many in Essex also do the same. So my question is, how are other local authorities separating Tetra Pak from other recyclates, and why are we not doing the same here?
Thank you. Councillor Fleming, please.
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Pratt. Yes, some other local authorities are still accepting cartons or Tetra Paks, and this is through a mix of curbside collection, household waste recycling centres and bring sites. However, curbside collections, particularly in local authorities where the recyclates are mixed, as they are in Suffolk, are widely being phased out. If you go to the Tetra Pak company website and ask where to recycle their product, you will be directed to a site in your area. In our case, you'll be directed to the Stowmarket Household Waste Recycling Centre. You are not directed to your bin. According to best information, most local authorities in England are taking the approach of ceasing curbside collection. Essex still accepts Tetra Pak, but this is a function of its the age of its waste contract, as was ours, and it's expected that when they renew theirs, it'll be different. The cartons are considered actually as contaminants. Most new waste recycling contracts exclude cartons / Tetra Paks, and I'm not sure if you knew this, but it is now illegal to include carton residue in recycled paper for export. Although Suffolk local authorities do collect them at the bring sites, it is not cost effective, and Suffolk councils pay a company called ACE UK to have them removed. ACE UK is a related organisation to Tetra Pak UK in Warrington. There they are broken down and separated into a fibre which can be incorporated into paper products, and a plastic aluminium mix which is problematic in terms of its reuse. This is in contrast to other recyclable materials for which there is a positive market value and an income stream back to the council. And I might add, in addition to Tetra Paks, coffee pods pose a similar dilemma, as they are also a composite material, and although technically recyclable, are in effect a contaminant and are best disposed in the black bin or taken to a household waste recycling centre. Thank you.
does the chair need to come in next?
My apologies, trying to get the mute button off. Yeah, do you have a supplementary question?
Well, the supplementary may as well be, well, I made a bit of a hash up of this, to be honest, when I sent it in. I was supposed to ask the second question as a supplementary and the supplementary as a second question. But yeah, well, I guess the answer is going to be no, but would you raise this issue with the Suffolk Waste Partnership and jointly investigate how other local authorities are sorting the Tetra Pak material from other recyclers?
Well, as a member of the Suffolk Waste Partnership, we do discuss Tetra Paks quite a lot, because a lot of residents are upset that Tetra Paks, which are widely used and a very useful item, are not readily recyclable. But the Suffolk Waste Partnership, along with other local authority bodies nationally, have raised the problem posed by composite materials such as this to central government, which is in discussion, active discussion, with the packaging container industry to seek ways to improve the capacity to recycle their products while retaining their usefulness. So that's my response to that.
Thank you. And Councillor Pratt, thank you for clearing up the confusion. Yeah, I understand. I understand what went wrong. So I guess that is your supplementary question, correct?
Well, yeah, that was the supplementary question for question 1, in effect, yes.
So there is no question 2, confirmed?
The buzz. No.
Good, thank you. Thank you for being honest, and thank you, Councillor, for your questions, and Councillor Fleming for your response.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're now moving on. So we're going to move to MC 20/24 General Fund Budget for 2021-2022 and a 4-year outlook. I'd like to invite Councillor Whitehead to introduce the paper MC 20/24 and to move the recommendations in the reports. As this is a complex paper, I am minded to allow Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Field and their seconders longer than the time normally allowed, which is generally 5 minutes under these circumstances. All of the councillors will have 3 minutes. Now, all have extended the period, you know, we're not talking hours, so we still need to be concise and clear. Councillor Whitehead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, before I turn to the budget, and before you start a clock on my speech anyway, could I just take literally 1 minute to express my sincere thanks to the finance team that has pulled together these complex and detailed budgets in truly unconventional circumstances. With so many of our council staff working from home, with remote meetings, remote file sharing, and with so many also taking on home teaching roles, it may seem unfair to just single out the finance team when there are clearly heroes throughout the entire organisation. However, it's been my long experience that back office finance staff are rarely recognised for the vital role they play. They don't grab headlines, they don't make photo shoots or win awards. And accordingly, some may regard themselves as merely small cogs in some giant mechanism, but they are not. All of them play an important role that keeps this vital public service organisation functioning properly. So on behalf of this administration, and I trust the whole cohort of councillors, I'd like to say a really big thank you to the entire finance team for all their sterling efforts in such difficult circumstances.
Your points are noted, and your time begins now.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I've got to get the right document up now. Right. Okay, turning to my budget speech. Thank you. I'm pleased to introduce this year's budget report, MC 2024. This year, the government has rightly focused its attention on the fight against COVID-19, getting us through this deadly pandemic and devising very generous financial packages for residents, businesses, and local authorities. At one stage last year, I could see us needing to use a significant part of our accumulated reserves just for survival. That survival was never in doubt, but as a council, we would have emerged significantly weaker. But generous central government assistance means they have absorbed most of that pain. The downside, though, to all this is that the government has only announced a 1-year settlement. The 3-year comprehensive spending review has been delayed, as has the fair funding review, business rates review, and a business rates reset. We await to see what new scheme emerges from the consultation on new homes bonus replacement. So the future beyond March 2022 is distinctly uncertain. Our projections do look rosy, but we can't be sure. So turning to the immediate year ahead of us, given the inherent uncertainties going forward, we are again recommending a 1.66% increase in Mid-Suffolk's share of the council tax. I always trust that residents, when they see the payment to Mid-Suffolk on their bank statements, will appreciate that we, as a district council, actually retain less than 10% of the total we collect from them. More than 90% is passed on to county, the police, and to town and parish councils. So for ourselves, we are just asking for £2.80 a year more for a Band D house. That's less than 1 penny per day. For a Band D house, it's only 18 pence a month, a Band C 21 pence a month, and a Band D 23 pence a month. And approximately 2/3 of all our houses fall into those three bands. So I do understand why some district councils have chosen to freeze their council tax this year, but this modest increase of a few pence per month generates 104,000 for the council, and we will put it to good use. That amount, 104,000, is going into a ring-fenced COVID business recovery fund to help our local businesses first recover and then thrive once again. So let me turn now to other income within the budget. Our pooled fund investments will bring in £566,000, a very useful sum. SIFCO should be fully invested by the 31st of March this year, and with no further investments planned beyond that date, we will be able to access Public Works Loans Board funding for all our other needs going forward. Now, I readily acknowledge that SIFCO has generated its share of adverse media articles and letters, but the completed SIFCO fund will bring in £1,514,000 of net interest to Mid-Suffolk in 21-22. That's the equivalent of 8,823 additional Band D houses, or 24% of our existing housing stock. We've taken out capital and interest repayment loans, so over time, that net interest will slowly but surely increase as the capital is repaid. SIFCO is real income coming into our district from outside of it. A large number of out-of-district business tenants are funding our vital public services, local public services, and SIFCO will still be funding those services for years to come. SIFCO is the gift that will keep on giving, and I do trust that the majority of our residents clearly understand that. But there is one source of income in our budget that I feel is, how can I put it, an accounting quirk, and that's the £1.631 million of interest receivable on the large loan extended to Gateway 14. And until that development gets underway, there will be no cash flow. We have to book it for accounting reasons, but there's no cash to spend. To reflect this reality, that whole sum is being put into the Commercial Development Risk Management Reserve, and we'll spend it when the project comes good and the cash starts to flow. I'll turn now to other reserves. We're putting £250,000 into a planning legal reserve to ensure we can support our local residents by robustly defending appeals, and £50,000 to finance planning enforcement actions where they are needed. We're also putting an additional £500,000 towards climate change and biodiversity. Here at Mid-Suffolk, we are committed to taking proper action in this vital area of climate change for the sake of this generation and for those to come. Now, our budget projections clearly show that this efficiently run council can do more than just tick over, can do more than just get by delivering statutory services. We can face the uncertain future with confidence. We have truly ambitious plans for our districts as we emerge from COVID. We're therefore creating 4 pots of funding with £1 million in each. Extra money to fund economy, housing, communities and well-being. In Mid-Suffolk, we'll be truly thriving, not just surviving. Along with the Climate Change and Biodiversity Reserve, that's a total of £5 million we will be investing in the future of our district. So we can look forward with real confidence. Exciting times are ahead, and that future can start today with the approval of the General Fund budget and 4-year outlook. I'm therefore delighted to propose the recommendations set out in paragraphs 3.1 to 3.4 and would look for a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Chair. As councillors know, the administration, through Councillor Whitehead's skillful stewardship, have carefully managed Mid-Suffolk's financial position over a number of years. As a result, we're now seeing the benefits of this approach, as Mid-Suffolk has avoided many of the financial challenges that other districts and boroughs are currently facing. As described by Councillor Whitehead, we already planned to continue to take a prudent approach in a number of areas, including commercial development risk, business rates, and with our planning reserves. But this is not a time to simply be prudent. This is a time to be investing in our district to ensure it doesn't just swiftly bounce back from the devastating impacts of the COVID pandemic, but is able to thrive, that we provide the bright and healthy futures for our residents and communities. As leader, I want us to judge ourselves by how we look after the most vulnerable in our district. With this in mind, it is fantastic that we are now able to supercharge our investment into our district. This means not just investment in tackling climate change and biodiversity with another 500,000, but building the affordable and sustainable homes people need, investment in people's physical and mental health, supporting the recovery and growth of our local economy, and strengthening and enabling civic pride, community spirit, and empowered local democracy. And investing all of our modest council tax increase into more direct financial support for those businesses who have suffered most over the last 11 months. What Councillor Whitehead has proposed this evening sends a clear signal of confidence and commitment to all our residents and businesses. We have made it clear that we want to invest in our residents and our communities. Through our vision and corporate plan adopted at the end of 2019, we have made it clear that our strategic priorities are our communities, their well-being, their housing, our environment, our local economy, and our customers. We have clear strategies and delivery plans in place for all of these, apart from well-being, which is being developed. However, the impact of COVID requires us to revisit all of these, as the conditions surrounding us and the impacts being felt by our residents have fundamentally changed. For example, we are reviewing our housing revenue account, council housing business plan, and we have already drafted a revised COVID economic recovery plan. We are, of course, still in lockdown and we are not out of COVID yet, and so our plans will need to remain flexible and adapt. But there are reasons to be optimistic, and now is therefore the time to use our financially strong position to invest back into our communities and into our economy to both stimulate and support our swift recovery. It is therefore fantastic to see that Councillor Whitehead proposing an additional £4 million of funding for investment in our local economy, housing, the well-being of our residents and in our communities. As I've already said, in most cases, the delivery plans for each of these areas is already in place, and this funding will enable us to expand and accelerate our recovery. Ultimately, it is for Cabinet to approve these plans, but I want all councillors in a cross-party way to come together to inform how best to target this additional investment to support recovery in our district. In anticipation of approval of the budget tonight, I've asked officers to develop a format to help aid these cross-party discussions, for example, through councillor workshops or some other mechanism. There are 5 aspects that Cabinet have insisted that the officers include, and these are that the funding be primarily focused on accelerating recovery from COVID for our communities and businesses, that we should continue to work in partnership with others and seek external funding wherever possible. We do not want the availability of our funding to result in us becoming insular in our approach or to miss other opportunities. This must be an evidence-based approach where the data and analysis of that data drives the decisions about how, where and when to invest this money. A holistic approach. This is not about separately looking at each of these 5 earmarked funds, but ensuring we are delivering in a rounded way for all our communities. All of our strategic priorities are linked. For example, what we do in housing has an impact on the environment, and so we need to do this in a joined-up way. Finally, and most importantly, this must be a commissioning for outcomes approach. What this means in practice is that we don't start with a list of projects proposed by councillors. We start with a clear understanding of the needs of our residents and what we are trying to achieve. We have articulated these clearly in the corporate plan and each of our key strategies. The task, therefore, using the evidence and working holistically, is to determine the activity to best deliver the outcomes they and we want to see. I expect to have further details of the mechanisms for this cross-party working from officers within the next few weeks. What I do want to do this evening, though, as leader of the council, is to clearly set out the kind of impact that I and my group want to see delivered. This is not, however, an exhaustive list. We want to see the inequalities exposed and exacerbated by COVID being eradicated. We want to end food and fuel poverty. We want to end homelessness and rough sleeping. We want to end isolation and see good mental health nurtured and sustained. And we want to be rid of domestic abuse and all forms of hate and abuse. This new investment will now allow us to go further and faster in not just tackling or minimising these negative social issues, but properly resolving and removing them permanently. We are supporting and enhancing our communities to build bright and healthy futures for all our residents and communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Councillor Field, I believe you wish to propose the amendment from the Green and Liberal Democratic Group.
I do indeed. Thank you. Our budget amendment seeks to deliver for the people of Mid Suffolk on some of the issues they continuously raise and to accelerate delivery on promises we have all made. It also responds to the pandemic. It focuses in part on the vital environmental issues we must address as our response to the climate emergency, but covers economic development as well. It's deliberately cautious, taking some limited advantage of the budget surplus and the current energy-related windfall. We've sought an amendment where we hope to be able to work together with substantial emphasis on developing an understanding of what is possible on our issues and determine what level of action and funding is sensible and possible. In several areas, we're proposing exploratory work with indicative amounts of possible spend in 2022-23. Our proposal, which is detailed in the papers, is in 5 elements. Measures to meet our community's needs and concerns on planning and development. A supplementary planning document to seek affordable retail development to help economic recovery. Action to ensure progress is made at a pace to ensure that everyone has healthy, secure and warm housing. A supplementary planning document for biodiversity enhancement and for active travel. And 4 measures to coordinate activities on energy production, storage and usage. Develop a council-wide strategy on that subject. Elements focused on supporting challenges to communities are additional funding to the CAB at 50k per year. We all value the high quality, largely voluntary help and guidance the CAB provides to help people out of their difficulties, particularly in areas such as debt. The pandemic clearly increases the need and reduces funding. We must ensure that they can deliver to avoid knock-on demand on council services and the obvious impact on people's lives. We wish to support food banks serving Suffolk with grants of 50k. There are many out of work and those now on furlough are highly likely to lose jobs shortly. Many are forced to turn to food banks, perhaps for the first time ever, and this grant, although not massive, would significantly boost to food banks' resources. We wish improvements to the political engagement by young people. You've heard that already tonight. We have proposed again a youth council to give young people encouragement to engage with our district's governance, to give them the feeling that their opinions matter and the opportunities to discern in some actions that really matter to them. In the planning area, a major focus of our business, we propose action on enforcement to the value of 154k. We wish to enable officers to improve response on planning enforcement. We are persistently reminded that it is essential that developers, large and small, comply with the requirements placed upon them. This must be enforced by a well-resourced team with only reasonable constraint on legal spend. It would improve the council's image, achieve the control we all wish, and reduce the tendency for people to take liberties when they know they will not be challenged. On viability, we propose 10k, a small sum actually, but we propose that viability claims are examined as far as possible in public, with councillors at least aware of the detail. It's essential that our residents have confidence in this process and that calculations are not a mechanism for reducing delivery on social benefits to the community. On pre-app advice, another 10,000. We propose that the availability of free pre-app advice to community groups is enhanced. This would address an impediment to community-led projects. Any reduction in the need for upfront funding will increase delivery and reduce the feeling of deliberate obstruction that groups perhaps unjustly suffer. Gateway 14, we're proposing 25,000 plus another 100. Recognising that Gateway 14 is managed by a separate company, we propose a community liaison group to be set up to develop and secure community benefits in a way that makes progress visible and to be responsive to the community. Pleased to say I think you've already moved on that one. Economy and the employment, to assist the retail sector to recover from its current challenge, not just the COVID-19 disaster, but also the channel shift that has accelerated. We propose 2 retail incubators, a small expansion of the successful innovation centre activity. The response to climate change and the environment, we propose 40k. On housing, we need to encourage learning and early progress in the vital reduction of heat loss and the switch to carbon-free heat sources. We propose we fund an officer who can research and provide expert, trusted advice and guidance, combined with leadership and support for those who must embark on change. In Gateway 14 landscaping, we propose the 100k investment in advanced landscaping to ensure benefits to Stowmarket community occur as the project progresses, not decades later. And on trees, finally, we propose an additional tree officer to enable proactive maintenance of trees on council-owned land and to prevent the continuation of the recent spate of incidents that we heard about earlier that have caused public angst and an incorrect view that Mid Suffolk does not care. On energy production and storage, finally, perhaps 100k in revenue and 30k plus capital grants from external sources. Last but no means least, to say we propose additional investment in the vital energy storage production usage area. We're proposing additional staffing to accelerate our progress in this critical area, a study of the significant areas like hydrogen production, storage and usage. We've included a small capital allocation to help accelerate the provision of electric cars charging. We would like to see progress towards a facility like that recently introduced by private funding in Essex. We should recognise that Gateway 14 will introduce a major demand, particularly if it does become an element of the Haven Gateway Freeport, which we all look forward to. I thank you for your intention and say please support our amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Field, thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Warboys.
Councillor Warboys, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to second these amendments to the general fund budget. I would like to stress that these 5 amendments are in support of Mid Suffolk District Council's 6 strategic priorities. Secondly, these amendments are supporting this council's goal in responding to the climate emergency and achieving net carbon zero by 2030. Also, that they have been scrutinised by the Section 151 officer and are achievable without compromising the setting of a balanced budget, nor resulting in any increase to council tax or rents. These amendments are above all specific, positive responses to the difficult times ahead for our communities and are a recognition that this is a time to invest in our communities and, if necessary, draw on reserves. We look forward to further improve the council's standing with our communities by supporting additional planning enforcement and further training of our development committee members. We recognise the growing need for financial support for food banks and the Citizens Advice Bureau. We, the Green and Liberal Democrats, want to see more participation in our democratic system and are continuing to support the setting up of a youth council. Following on from the council's success in supporting the Innovation Centre as an employment incubator, we propose helping to revitalise our high streets by creating 2 retail incubators. For Gateway 14, we consider that now is the time to work with community groups to deliver a community resource on site. As more planning details emerge for Gateway 14, we consider that now is the time to initiate a programme of structural landscaping to achieve mature and attractive green spaces on first occupation. Gateway 14's development brief anticipates that buildings will incorporate green energy. So as a response to this and the government's white paper of December 2020, we consider that the time is right to fund a feasibility study exploring the possibilities of establishing an energy storage system on the Gateway 14 system. This would be a vital element in developing a local strategy for energy production, storage and use. Finally, energy-related data management will be critical to a local EPSU strategy. So we also propose working with partners such as Innovation Labs to research and model a digital energy infrastructure. The future is almost upon us. To achieve net carbon zero, we will need to coordinate energy needs across the council's assets. These amendments are deliberate steps towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warboys. Councillor Whitehead, do you accept the amendment or any element of it?
Thank you, Chair. If I may respond, even before Councillor Field and Councillor Warboys' very detailed speeches, I could clearly see that the opposition has invested a lot of time and diligence in putting together their budget amendment paper. It's certainly a thorough piece of work. It's over-prescriptive in parts. I mean, as councillors, we should set out our desired results and outcomes, then leave it to our Chief Executive Officer to determine the requisite staffing. But with only minor exceptions, I do emphasise with the goals outlined. And Mr. Chairman, I'm very conscious it was only at last Monday's Cabinet meeting that I first announced these additional £1 million pots of money to be allocated for economy, housing, communities and wellbeing. That's a tremendous amount of money, and this administration doesn't have the arrogance or hubris to think that only we know best how to spend it. We'd like to approach this not in some diversive or bipartisan way, but rather to come together in a cross-party way and set up cross-party discussions. And with the genuine promise offered by our leader in her seconding speech, which is now clearly on the record, I would like to ask the opposition if they are prepared to withdraw these amendments and either support or at least abstain on the budget before us this evening, and then join us in cross-party workshops and other mechanisms as we go forward and spend these significant sums of money for the real benefit of all our residents. Mr. Chairman, it's my sincere hope that they will. And if it helps in consideration of our offer, I'd be happy to add some additional words to the recommendation 3.1 to give them further comfort around our offer.
Please do.
Okay, I mean, I would suggest 3.1 as it stands, but then which basically says propose the general fund and 4-year outlook be approved, and that recommendations to Cabinet be prepared using a balanced cross-party approach for the allocation of the additional £4 million of funding for investment in our local economy, housing, the well-being of our residents and in our communities. This cross-party approach would also give consideration to the budget amendments proposed in both 2021 and now for 21-22. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get the officers to take those words down. Councillor Field and Councillor Warboys, do you wish to withdraw your amendments?
Can I just say, that we certainly have no wish to indulge in pointless conflict between the two halves of our council. There clearly is a broad area of agreement, although there clearly also are matters of principle where we disagree. But a genuine offer to indulge in cross-party work is always welcome, and certainly the statements from Councillor Whitehead and from the leader appear to be just that. We're certainly prepared to take that on trust, I think, and therefore I'm prepared to withdraw our amendment. I have to emphasise we really need to deliver. We don't want to find in a year's time that we have just delivered promises. We want real tangible things that people can see. On that basis, I will be prepared to withdraw.
Thank you. And Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. I think I welcome the offer of genuine cross-party work to deliver on the Council's strategic priorities. I second Councillor Field's remarks, particularly the need to deliver. I think, as I said, the future is upon us. There is a genuine urgency to invest in our communities. So these cross-parties works towards that. I'm happy to support them.
Councillor Warboys, thank you. Councillor Whitehead, before we move on, can you just read out the words for the change to the amendment, please, that you're going to suggest that go in?
Sure. So 3.1 on agenda item 8 will read that the general fund budget proposals for 21-22 and 4-year outlook set out in the report be approved, and that recommendations to Cabinet be prepared using a balanced cross-party approach for the allocation of the additional £4 million of funding for investment in our local economy, housing, the well-being of our residents and in our communities. This cross-party approach will also give consideration to the budget amendments proposed in 2021 and for 21-22. And I'd just like to put on record my thanks to Councillors Field and Warboys for their agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, do you accept the additional wording to recommendation 3.1 as just stated?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do accept the change to the wording, and I would also like to echo my thanks to Councillors Field and Warboys. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there are any objections, I will take this as the meeting's consensus. I'll just give you a couple of seconds. Okay, in that case, we'll go straight to the questions debate on the substantive motion as amended. We're now going to move on to questions. Councillors may ask as many questions as you wish. However, they must be relevant to the subject under discussion and must be formed as a question. Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Whitehead, in the speech that you just gave, did you suggest that us working on this new proposal would be based on us either abstaining or voting for the substantive motion?
I think to be realistic, I wouldn't want to suggest you might support. I mean, I think if I put myself in your position, I think this is the administration's budget. You are the opposition, so I think that's why the offer was you can support if you want. But I mean, to me, abstaining and sort of saying, well, it's our budget, but we'd like to come aboard and work with you going forward would be more than acceptable to myself. I hope that answers your question.
Actually, no, it didn't.
Oh.
Your words seem to suggest that if we were to vote against this, then there would be a voting against the proposal, i.e. the working together in the future. That's certainly how I read it.
Well, I think to me, it's almost a sort of a sign of goodwill. We're saying let's not be divisive. Let's work together in a positive way going forward. To me, to sort of to agree that and then literally minutes later vote down the budget, to me doesn't seem to be in that same spirit. But you know, that's just my thoughts.
Councillor Stringer.
Sorry, Chair, I have nothing more to add. The question was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Whitehead. I've got two questions, if I may, and they're very specific budget ones. So at 817 under supplies and services, it refers to a £43,000 increase in the service charge to Endeavour House. Now, we haven't been in Endeavour House for the past year. We don't know when we're going to go back into it, and many organisations are negotiating service charges and rents downwards. So how come we are expecting an increase? That's my first question. Thank you. And my second question is under 7.5, when you detail out the reserves, at the end of the next financial year, we'll still have £18 million in reserves, and that's on top of the £4 million you're referring to, so 22 million overall, if the 4 million isn't spent during the year. So taking that 18 million, where are the plans in the budget to show what that is going to be spent on? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. In terms of your first question, 817, and the budgeted £43,000 increase in the service charge for Endeavour House. I mean, this is literally what it says. It's a budgeted figure, I guess. When we first made these arrangements, fairly long-term arrangements with Endeavour House and Suffolk County Council, we were anticipating, various increments over time. Obviously, the COVID's changed it a great deal, and I would think that the county council themselves must be saving various service charge type costs throughout this pandemic. So I would hope that when it came to negotiation, well, we would negotiate for an actual figure, and which I would hope would be below that in the budget. But literally that figure there is just a budgeted figure. It's not a figure that necessarily will be spent. And for all the reasons you've clearly set out, I would hope it would reduce. So that's that first question. Second question, 7.5, and it's an extensive table of forecasted earmarked reserves. And I think a critical word in that is the word earmarked, because I guess there's probably about 20 different items down there. Obviously, the Growth and Efficiency Fund at the end of next year is down to 371,000. Commercial Development Risk Management is a growing amount, 4 million, and growing until such time as Gateway 14 starts to generate cash. Another big one on business rates and council collection, I think, is a vital one there. So I won't go down them all, but just to make the point that most of those are earmarked reserved, not just the sort of total general type reserve. Thank you.
Before we finish this, Councillor Eburn, I'm going to bring in Arthur, who may be able to answer with a bit more detail.
Okay, and then I'd like to come back if I may, Chair. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Arthur.
Thank you, Chairman. I just thought I might be able to help in relation to Councillor Eburn's first question regarding Endeavour House. As Councillor Whitehead said, we are in active negotiations to see if we can bring those service charges down. I have had correspondence today from the County Council along exactly those lines, so I'm confident that will be possible. But I thought it would just be useful to explain why it was budgeted to go up. The reason it was budgeted to go up originally was because we actually entered into a very good deal with Suffolk County Council when we first moved into the building, and so we had a discounted rate for the first few years. That discount is due to now expire, which is why it was budgeted to now increase, not because the charges are necessarily increasing in terms of our usage, purely because we've come to the end of that discount period of time. But as I say, we have been able to have further discussions with them, nothing to do with COVID, purely to do with what we think is the right amount to be charging, or incurring rather, in terms of our space. As members will also be aware, we are actively looking at how we can reduce our space within Endeavour House on top of the monies. That's not budgeted for because that's not been confirmed at this this stage, but work is being explored both in terms of relinquishing the members area, which I know several councillors have indicated they would be happy to do, but equally exploring whether it be possible to compress our footprint within the building into one of the 2 floor plates rather than the 2 floor plates that we currently have. That's not guaranteed. Clearly, we need to see how COVID pans out and equally how the new way of working will be in the future, but it seems a sensible thing for us to be exploring. I just thought that'd be helpful, Chairman.
Very helpful, thank you. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Arthur, for that explanation as well. And so I can take from that, Councillor Whitehead, that 43,000 might even go the other way, and we might be in positive. And you know, we did put forward proposals over 2 years ago now to reduce the space at Endeavour House. So I would hope that is taken into consideration. And I'd look forward, it would be very helpful, I think, to all councillors. Councillor Whitehead, if we could have an update on that, because obviously that what the Chief Executive has just discussed is obviously news to some people. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. I mean, in all these things, I like to under promise and over deliver. So I hope not to let you down.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Mansell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask a question about paragraph 710. I welcome the further £500,000 to be transferred to the Climate Change and Biodiversity Reserve, which was established in 2021 and went alongside the Climate Change Task Force, who made a list of proposals, and there are a number of projects that were incorporated into the Council's Carbon Reduction Management Plan, and I wondered which of those actual projects are being funded from this directly from the £1 million budget, which we're now going to have for climate change. And I realise that you may not be able to answer that here and now, but I'd like to hear what you say, and then I'd like to come back with another question, if that's all right.
Okay.
Please do.
Well, I certainly don't have that detail just to hand, but one thing I would say is we've put money into reserves, and then our excellent staff go out and get grants from outside sources. So instead of spending our money, we seem to end up spending other people's money. I mean, I think we've got, for example, a decarbonisation of leisure centres, £721,000 grant coming in, which obviously, if that hadn't come in, we might have had to take it from our own money. So that is a good problem to have, obviously, but but we'll get you more detail as you've requested.
Thank you for that, and I look forward to hearing the reply in due course. But clearly, I think it's fantastic that we are getting grant money and other funds that are available to do these projects. But we've obviously putting more money in there. You know, what are we doing about planning any future projects with, you know, to spend that money on? We certainly want to see it being spent and not ferreted away.
Right. I don't have the details to hand. Whether another cabinet member or an officer would like to, give a statement now. Otherwise, we can give details later. But if anybody else wants to,
yeah, we've got Councillor Fleming, cabinet member. So yeah, if you come in, please.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Councillor Mansell. I can assure you that the money we have there, it will be put to excellent use. I think our approach, as the members of our committees and task forces know, is very careful and systematic. We don't want or should not spend money without having a plan for how it's been spent and without supporting it with proper evidence. The whole climate change and biodiversity agenda is long term, and the plans and proposals that we have are just starting. A lot of them are based on surveys and assessments, some of which we've done and some of which are underway. And I can assure you that we have a very ambitious programme. It's all set out in the action plans, which if you take those individual line items and carry them to their fruition, we could be spending an awful lot of money on the environment, and I think we will need to. We've got a biodiversity net gain agenda coming. We've got strategic supplementary planning documents to work out and prepare and put into effect. And we've got public realm and health and well-being, all of which will need input from this fund. So I'd be glad to take offline any specifics and follow this up later, but it's not going to sit there and do nothing, I can assure you.
Councillor Fleming, thank you for your assistance. Councillor Mansell, thank you. We're now going to move on to Councillor Passmore, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm not sure whether this is a question for John or perhaps for the Chief Executive, but I think it would be very helpful if we could just share some initial thoughts with all members of how these work streams for these big pots of money might be implemented, what sort of timescales. I don't know if there's any ideas. I know it's literally happened on the spur of the moment, but I'm sure Arthur with it has given this some thought beforehand. And so, as I say, whether it's for you, John, or Arthur, I don't know, but I'd be really interested to hear initial thoughts and how we can all help and contribute to this work, which is, really important. I'm very pleased. I have to say that straight away.
I'm happy for Arthur to.
I thought you might.
Yes, please.
He's raring to go.
I anticipated that Councillor Whitehead might pass that in my direction. More than happy to. So, as you say, Councillor Passmore, none of this is confirmed yet because, frankly, you haven't voted on it yet. So it's very early days. But in terms of what I anticipate, the kinds of things that we would need to consider, first and foremost, it needs to involve all councillors. It needs to do so in a balanced way. I also think that it's unlikely to be successful if we have big roundtable discussions like a full council with 34 councillors in it. So I anticipate trying to have some smaller groups to pull together. I'd also like to make sure that it isn't silo-based. So I don't want to see us having a conversation about the environment separately from housing and so on and so forth, not least because I'm sure you will all want to have an input in relation to all of those areas, but also more importantly, they don't exist in silos. What we do in housing has an impact on the environment and so on and so forth. So we need to look at it holistically. It needs to obviously be driven by evidence so that you make sure that you're achieving your best value overall as an authority, so that we're not simply spending the money, because it frankly would be very easy to spend the money, particularly in the fallout from COVID. So to make sure that we're having the maximum possible impact that we can possibly do so. I anticipate at this stage that in light of the forthcoming elections, which the government seems to have confirmed we will be having, means, and therefore we will be shortly entering into the pre-election period towards the middle to the end of March. And so as a result, what I would propose and what I'm thinking of proposing is that officers work this up in terms of exactly how this will work over the next few weeks or so. And then we would start in earnest once we come back after those elections in early May. And I would be hopeful that we can conclude that work hopefully by June, failing that by July. I think it's essential that we do that because clearly all councillors will want to see not just that this money is allocated, but that it's spent, and even more important than that, that it has an impact. The only caveat I would add to that, of course, is, as several have said already, we don't just want to use our money, we want to make sure that we can draw in other people's money at the same time as well, and work in partnership with our other colleagues, regardless of whether they're contributing financially, whether that's public sector, private sector or voluntary sector. So you can see there's some thoughts there, but not clearly formulated yet. And I'd obviously be interested in all councillors' views as to exactly how you would like to see that work as well. And we've got time to build that in.
Very, very helpful, Arthur. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Moving on now to Councillor Mathewson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm grateful to Councillor Passmore, who set off in the direction I wish to go, which is to ask Councillor Whitehead what plans the administration have to actually recruit some staff to actually deliver these projects, because it seems to me that the modest ideas regarding biodiversity so far, something that was actually deferred, was because there wasn't the management there to actually manage the project. And so I think that has been a recurring theme from our group, and particularly from me, over several years now. We do need the people to actually deliver the project, and I think that the increased amount of money available, which is very welcome, we will need the people. We will need good people to be able to manage these projects, and I do feel that, you know, we are stretching our assistant directors, and they are, you know, really not able to actually give enough time to the individual projects that is needed. So what plans for more managers?
We'll go straight to the chief executive.
So can I just say something ahead? So may I just say something ahead of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree with Councillor Matheson that our ADs have been remarkably stretched during this situation, but this administration has no plans to recruit. And I say that because we want outputs, and Arthur, as head of paid service, is the person who must ensure the staffing is correct. I'm sure he's going to say that anyway. But from our administration point of view, you know, we'll come forward and, say, in a cross-party way, say what our outcomes are desired, and then it will be up to the officers led by Arthur to achieve that. And I think we'll be holding his feet to the fire on it. But if I hand over to Arthur to add what he wants to say.
Please do.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. I put my camera on because I assumed you might want to draw me in, so thank you on that one. Yes, I'd probably just go back to what Councillor Whitehead said earlier and just take the opportunity to thank him for his words, because as Councillor Matheson said, absolutely our assistant directors have been stretched, but I would stretch that further, if I may. All your officers have been stretched, and they are all heroes for whom I am incredibly grateful, and I'm grateful for your comments earlier, Councillor Whitehead. And so, yes, some things haven't been delivered over the last 10 months, not because we don't want to, but because of the small matter of a pandemic. And that pandemic has absolutely drawn our officers in multiple directions. And I don't make that by way of excuse, but equally, if you were holding my feet to the fire, I would say I think it's a fairly good excuse in terms of making sure that all of our residents have remained safe and well, and all the other priorities that we've had to deliver. But absolutely, just to echo Councillor Whitehead's points, I will come forward with those requests. Don't get me wrong. Every time I have seen both the Green and Liberal Democrat amendments, but also the Conservative and Independent groups' proposals, when every time they say more staff, trust me, I'm never going to reject that offer. And that's always a useful thing to do, and always something that my managers and colleagues will always be grateful for. But equally, we have a responsibility as officers, not just to accept that very kind offer of you, from you, but to make sure that we are using that resource as wisely and as prudently as possible. That sometimes means not using our own staff, but commissioning resources from elsewhere. So it's getting that blend right when we develop our approaches, and it's making sure that we have the right resources at the right times to deploy in the right way. And just to give a point in relation to Councillor Matheson's direct question, it's not for me about more managers. We have a management team that isn't just the assistant directors, it includes the corporate managers as well. That makes up something like 7% of our organisation. So I do think it is lean, but I also think it is mean in that sense, and it is able to deliver. But it possibly does mean more project managers, and I just draw that distinction. And of course, there are many more project managers in the organisation, not just the senior leadership team in that regard. But absolutely, I'm more than welcome to receive as many officers as you want to throw in my direction, whilst also recognising the fact that is a difficult environment. So, for example, if I were to go out and recruit an environmental health officer at the moment, that would be extremely difficult because they're in high demand across the whole of the country, again, because of the pandemic. So some officers are going to be much harder to come by than others. And I agree with Councillor Matheson. It is about ensuring and maintaining the quality of the resources that we have, not just having a warm body, but making sure that we have people that have all the right requisite skills and values and beliefs and approaches. And so we'll maintain being picky in terms of who we recruit, rather than just recruiting to make sure that we have somebody doing a job. Sorry, that was a slightly longer answer than I suspect either councillor was looking for.
and if I may say,
thank you. I mean, the assistant directors are the people that we particularly speak to most frequently. I certainly didn't mean exclusively those, nor indeed would I not actually welcome a few project managers to carry forward some of the various schemes that we've got on the go. Thank you.
Sorry, and just for completeness, I think I should say that this £4 million is additional to the base budget, and it'll be money that will be spent. I mean, if various additions are made to our complement that then go into a base budget in 1 year's time, 2 years' time, or 3 years' time, whatever. But this 4 million should be seen very much as additional to the base budget. I could just make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Otten, please. Councillor Otten, are you there?
Sorry, Chairman, I'm pressing the wrong button. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. The first one is on page 37, the statement there that we can't show what is available for SIL expenditure, which I'm quite surprised about. I would have thought that with a number of current planning applications in the pipeline, the council would have some indication of what was available. Appendix A, you're showing £1 million in disabled facilities grants, and I'd just like to know from either you or the cabinet member, with the new system now available, can you explain what is being done to make sure that these grants are taken up? Just a small question on elections. As we know, we assume at the moment that the County Council and Police Commissioner elections will be taking place. Are you confident that the council has enough within the budget to cope with what will be considerable more expenditure in providing those elections safe? And finally, with at the moment I'm seeing 120% rise in people applying for universal credit, what provision is being taken for problems that residents may have in paying their council tax, and with any reduction in council tax collection?
Thank you. We'll go Councillor Whitehead, then the Chief Executive, please.
Okie dokie. Right. I mean, as you're aware, the SIL that we collect, we keep 5% back for our admin, and the balance is either spent by ourselves or with partners, the parish councils. It's very difficult to forecast because it's paid in instalments, it's paid on as properties, I understand it, become ready for occupation or are occupied. And so we know, well, from experience, and also from the fact we've got 7.5 year land supply, that there is effectively a tsunami of SIL money to come in. But I think it's a bit like trying to pin a tail on a donkey. It's difficult to put a figure on that. I mean, if Catherine Steele is available and wants to make any further comment on terms of how we can reliably forecast that or not, I would appreciate her input.
Catherine, please.
I don't think there's too much more I can say in terms of additions to Councillor Whitehead. As I say, it's very difficult to predict what is going to come in any particular year because of the different stages of applications. It's shown in the table for completeness sake because it's money that Mid Suffolk is sitting on, but it is subject to a very different scheme in terms of how it is spent and allocated. And as we know from the recent cabinet meetings, proposals often come forward to propose how that money is going to be used. So there are spending rounds, but we're never sure exactly who is going to be allocated how much out of that pot. So I say it's shown for completeness really, rather than for necessarily part of this budget setting in terms of how it gets spent.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Chief Executive, please.
Questions. I'm happy to come in and deal with the elections one when he's ready for me to.
We'll do the elections one now, then I'll come back to the other two because I got them written down.
Thank you then. So in terms of elections, the government has announced a further tranche of money specifically to help support with the delivery of the elections. I believe it's £31 million from the Cabinet Office to support directly with the additional COVID costs for the elections. We don't yet know exactly what those costs are going to be for us. The District Council, of course, runs the elections, but these elections are not ours. So in terms of where those costs actually fall for these particular elections, they will fall upon the County Council and they will fall upon the Police and Crime Commissioner, not him himself, but to the PARO, the police, the returning officer for those elections. So we will simply recharge our costs to those. But you're absolutely right, there will be additional costs, not least because we need to make sure that polling stations and the count, which will take place over a number of days, are COVID secure, socially distanced, that the polling stations are cleaned on a regular basis, that queues are maintained with social distancing in mind. So you can immediately see how there are additional costs. As I say, government has earmarked some money towards that, but we shouldn't have any direct impact upon our finances, although we are likely to have some parish elections and neighbourhood plan referendums, but again, those are funded. And of course, the one advantage, and I think it's the only advantage of having effectively four elections at the same time, is those costs are shared across those 4 elections, so it doesn't all fall on one organisation as a result.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Whitehead, and I see that you've got the Assistant Director of Housing here to assist.
Yes, I mean, in terms of the £1 million in disability facilities grants, I mean, very much from a finance point of view, we can accumulate the money, but in terms of, I certainly can't say practically how every penny will be spent, but I can be very grateful if Gavin could put some explanation behind how that money will be spent.
Please do.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead, and Chair, thank you, Councillor Orton, for your question. Just in broad summary in relation to DFGs, members will be aware, and I'll just remind members that in 2019-20, the Cabinet introduced a regulatory reform order policy which increased the thresholds for which individuals could claim DFGs on a discretionary basis. And then in December last year, Babergh and Mid Suffolk launched alongside all Suffolk authorities their own independent living service, which moves us away from the historic Orbit HIA contract. Obviously, members are conscious and cognizant that in years gone by we have underspent our budget. I'm pleased to say that on our current budget monitoring projections for this year, we'll spend more than the budget by £22,000, and that additional expenditure will come from reserves. So you can see how some of the changes that we have introduced are having an effect, are meaning that vulnerable individuals that require DFGs are receiving that support and help, and I'd expect that to continue in years ahead. And just caveat that we'll spend this year's budget during a pandemic when obviously there's been additional complications. So I think it's a huge achievement and credit to everyone involved.
I'm really, really pleased to hear that, Gavin. Thank you very much.
If I may turn to the final question, I think, which was to do with the people on universal credit and council tax collection, what we're going to do there. As part of my budget preparation, I was looking at some other councils, particularly a council that was freezing its council tax this year. And I noticed within those papers, it said that this council will collect a minimum of 24% from all residents. In other words, their local council tax reduction scheme reduces it down to 76%. Ours, by contrast, reduces it down to a maximum of 95%. So our most vulnerable residents pay no more than 5%. So already we are a very generous council in that way. The government gave us money to help, and because our scheme is already so generous, we were actually struggling at first to allocate all that. We sorted out processes and procedures to do that, but the reality is that our most vulnerable are only going to be paying 5% still, and we are having a very I don't really want to use the word soft touch, but certainly a very compassionate approach to collection, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. And we'll now move to Councillor Field, please.
Thank you. Just like to ask Councillor Whitehead something really about his proposed council tax increase. I noticed the increment in the total council tax is quite low. The number changes year by year, but of the order of a couple of £100,000. And I know we have received additional funding. I think it's 733k. We're using 177 of that. So while one would frequently feel that ensuring our council tax base keeps pace with inflation, it seems to be a good idea, but this is a pretty exceptional year in which loads of people are really challenged by the COVID pandemic. And just wondered if you could run through again what is your rationale for insisting on a council tax increase rather than a 1 year freeze.
Okay. That's a good question, and let me get my thoughts together on that, because I think the first point I tried to make in my introductory speech is because unusually we are only being given a 1 year settlement, so there's so many uncertainties going forward, and obviously we've got to keep this base going forward. I think the other thing is that the 1.6%, 2/3 of our homes fall into bands B, D and C, as well as some I think a band D house, top of my head now, I think it was 18 pence a month, a band C 21 pence a month, and a band D 23 pence a month. So the amounts of money are not small. The amounts of money are small in terms of anything. Even £2.80 a year, you struggle to get a decent coffee outdoors for that these days. So it's not as if we're talking about large sums of money, but the reality is that taken in the whole, that council tax increase brings in 104,000, and then we're going to ring fence that for COVID recovery, business recovery, which surely is anybody who's struggling now on furlough will struggle even more if they find that their employer is no longer there. So looking forward in terms of recovery, we just feel it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to Councillor Wellham, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to talk about Gateway 14. The Stowmarket Area Action Plan at paragraph 511 identifies the site now known as Gateway 14 as having the potential to be an important community resource. I contacted JNIC as part of the consultation. They responded by saying that the community benefits will be taken by residents could apply for jobs on the developed site. That didn't seem to be much of a community benefit to me. So the opposition's budget amendment recognised the need for a community liaison group, and I know that a residents group has been formed and the leader is going to give me some more information on that. I hope it is extended wider than just the immediate residents. Our budget would include 25k in 21-22 and an indicative sum of 200k in the following year for community benefits. As it doesn't seem to be part of JNIC's remit, what allocation has been made in the budget for the provision of community benefits on the development?
Thank you. I guess a job is a benefit if you haven't got one, and the more we can create local employment, and it is an enormous site. Very much, I am a director of Gateway 14, but very much Gateway 14 has a certain autonomy in terms of its operations, and therefore a lot of the budgeting, a lot of the spend to bring forward this site, is within Gateway 14 rather than within the council budget. But if Emily's on the call and wants to add anything to that, I'd be happy to take any addition. We got Emily.
Chairman, I don't believe she is on the call. No.
She was
No, I don't. No, she's not.
Oh, okay. I think we could probably better answer that outside of this meeting then, I think, in terms of the sort of detail I think you're looking for.
Well, can I just ask a follow-up, please?
Yeah, please.
and that is that if it transpires that, as you say, Gateway.
Councillor Wellham, I'm sorry, I'm being rude, I know, but I've got to interrupt because if you don't all go into your ModGov, we're going to lose the connection. So all councillors, can you please go into the ModGov, reactivate it so we don't lose it, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Wellham.
By reactivate, I assume you just mean interact with it in some way to let it know you're still there. Yeah.
Exactly that. Thank you. That's the plan. Hopefully it's going to work. If not, we'll have to log out and log back in, and I'll keep you posted. Let's go back to Councillor Wellham, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if it is, yes, Councillor Whitehead has said that Gateway 14 is an autonomous organisation, and it's set up to develop the site and make a profit. It doesn't seem to have any remit in terms of community benefits. Will the council then look at how it could work with JNIC and provide community benefits on the development?
I think the simple answer to that is yes, but although it's an autonomous vehicle, obviously, because it's 100% owned by shareholders who are the council, because it's got an officer director and a councillor director, and also we get a lot of involvement from other ADs, such as business and economy expansion, that kind of thing. It'd be naive to say it's just purely set up there to make a profit. It's got to certainly wash its face. It's got to do as best as it can from a finance point of view, but it's obviously a much wider aspects to it than just a pure financial investment. I hope that helps and gives you some comfort, because
yeah, I would just like the comfort that should the liaison group come up with relevant and suitable and fundable community benefits, they will be carefully looked at.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now at the end of questions, but before we go to debate, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to all the officers and councillors that are involved in providing fairly comprehensive answers to the questions and to the questions themselves. So we're now going to move into debate. I need to remind you that you can speak once and you can only speak for 3 minutes, and this will be timed. Okay, who wants to start the debate? Anyone? Excellent. Okay, Councillor Passmore, followed by Councillor Caston, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought we've got to have some debate on this. Now, I just want to say I find it really, really refreshing the way we can now look forward to, I hope, endorsing this budget, but also for those £4 million there to work together to do what really is genuinely best for the whole district. And I think all the years I've been on here, the same length of time as Andrew String and one or two others, and of course some of our Liberal colleagues have been there even longer than I have. But I think this is a very, very radical approach, and I think there is a degree of trust between all of us, and I welcome that, because this is what it should be about. And looking at those categories of economy, housing, well-being, communities, plus the environment and so on is really important. And the reason I'd like to just say that, Chairman, is because when we look at getting the economic recovery, which will benefit everybody, and there are all sorts of guises for economic recovery, so I'm not being hard-edged about that, if you see what I mean. It's really about providing a lot of opportunities to those who sadly lost their job or on short-term or short incomes and so on, but also for our young people. We've spoken a lot about that tonight. They are our future, and we have got to do everything possible to do that. And to attract that inward investment, we have to make the district as attractive as possible, because it is a competitive business. And so if we look at things like well-being, be it leisure, the environment, the visual environment, all these things are really going to make a tremendous difference. And I really hope it will put Mid Suffolk on the map. And I think this budget is actually capable of doing it. It's the start of a long process, of course. This extra £4 million, this will be the start of a journey. And the last thing I'd like to say, when we do look at the way we do this, looking at procurement, we can help, we can look at social value, and that I've always been very keen on that. And there's a really tiny point on this, but I think really significant, with my agricultural hat on here. When we're looking at planting schemes, which there will be, I really do think it's important that we focus on procuring supplies locally, but also native species, not those that come from overseas and so on, because that will really have an impact. So I really, really welcome that. I'm delighted to hear that the Green and Liberal Democrat group are going to join with us. And I think that branch of, I do mean it actually, friendship and cooperation will be extended to everybody. So well done for everybody who's been involved in that. So I shall certainly be supporting this budget with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wellham, could you turn your camera off, and I will come back to you on your question, on your debate point. So we'll move to Councillor Caston, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Councillor Passmore for putting on his agricultural hat as a sort of warm up for me speaking as a farmer. But yeah, it's good how the opposition, the Green Lib Dems, are withdrawing that amendment. I think that's really good that we're going to work together and put politics aside. But Mr. Chairman, this budget, I hope that we can agree on tonight, is a budget that delivers on many things. We're in a financial position of strength, and it's time to zero in on the recovery from a worldwide pandemic. When I joined the council 5 years ago, we looked at more uncertain budgets than this, and I was told by someone we've got to stand for value for money, and spending must be evidence-based. And also Councillor Whitehead has taught me, which has become a bit of a catchphrase of his, under promise and over deliver. But also he's taught me a great principle of accounting: recognise expenses and liabilities as soon as possible, but recognise assets and revenues when you know you're definitely going to receive them. And in this case, that's brought us a good, healthy surplus, and we can do a lot of good things with that, especially under the excellent staff and resource management of the Chief Executive, backed up by the endeavours of his hard-working officers and staff. But Mr. Chairman, we have big ambitions to build the type of society our residents deserve. The leader has said that we're not starting from scratch, and we've got a lot of plans that are already in place and being delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, we're delivering on homelessness, housing 75 people that were previously homeless. On the environment, we are now acting on the first wave of our crucial climate change measures. In May, we will change our diesel refuse lorries to HVO, removing 880 tonnes of carbon from the streets and roads that we live on, 90% less CO2 from the essential waste collection activity. Housing, we're building 70 homes in need of market on 2 sites, 50 of which will be affordable. We are committing to acquiring 97 new properties in Stowmarket, Woolpit and Hawley. And we've commissioned several programmes, and these include active schools, healthy eating, dementia, social isolation programmes, older people living well. And we are now tackling digital isolation. We're supporting our young people. We now are funding innovation and skills initiatives. This includes a fantastic project at the Mix for young people in education, not in education and training. We're also supporting innovation labs, and we continue to support them in their growth and development. So I fully support this budget. It delivers on changes and carries those principles of value for money and evidence-based spending. Please join me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could see I'd run out of time there.
You were very, very close. For those extra 10 seconds, I thought we'd let you continue. Okay, thank you. And moving on now to Councillor Fleming, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, everybody. I'm going to try to speak quickly, which is I find a bit difficult because I do want to mention a few things that are going on within my portfolio. But I am delighted to support this budget, which I believe to be both responsible and forward-looking. I also wish to recognise and welcome the good ideas in the opposition budget, if ours passes, and then I look forward to working with all members on those aspects that affect my portfolio. Prudent use of public money, as well as very proactive pursuit of grants and match funds, has given us the ability to finance a range of projects which are in the wider interests of our residents. I'm particularly pleased that we have been able to allocate £500,000 to the environment over the past year and able to do so again this year, notwithstanding the pressures of the pandemic. We've come a long way in 2 years and are making some important and fundamental shifts in the way resources are allocated. Our commitments to climate change and biodiversity are documented in the action plans, which I think most members are familiar. Our priorities for our carbon budget have been identified from surveys and assessments conducted over the past year, and emissions from our waste fleet and from leisure centres are the highest priorities to reduce our carbon footprint. As Councillor Caston has mentioned, we're in the process of procuring hydrotreated vegetable oil supplies to replace diesel, and not only does this reduce our carbon footprint, it also reduces the range of other pollutants that are present in diesel. We intend to also invest in a 550,000 litre above ground storage tank, and we'll need to put some money into the anticipated additional costs of the HVO itself. Improvements to leisure centres, our second largest emitter, include installing solar carports, upgrading the roof to take solar panels, installing ground source heat and switching to a green energy tariff. The latter process should be complete by the end of March this year. The accounts will then be managed by Vertas along with the rest of the Council's energy portfolio. These plans are at the forefront of the available technologies, and Stomatic will be the pilot, something I'm very pleased about. The investment needed for these projects, I'm proud to say, is greatly augmented by match-funded grants. I'll just go on to mention EV, electric vehicle charging. We have joined the Energy Saving Trust local government support programme, which offers a range of free services and gives us access to the Department of Transport support, which also gives us access to funding of 75% of the cost of the charging schemes. We are working with UK Power Networks to find the best locations and site selection for new charge points so that they go in places that can be supported by the grid. For biodiversity.
And Councillor Fleming, if you could sum up, you are over time.
Grant, I will sum up now by saying that I could go on, but this gives a flavour of how this budget item will be used. And as I said earlier, our programme is ambitious and represents a fundamental long-term shift.
Thank you.
That's it. Can I just say my last sentence, please?
Very quickly.
Yeah, okay. Investment in the natural environment and in energy efficiency spills over into many other council responsibilities and will benefit people's lives in a multitude of ways. Thank you.
Councillor Flatman, please.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, communities is the heart of everything we do, so I'm just going to run you through some of the things that we have in our mind. In early 2019, I presented our community strategy to full council. This strategy described our vision for communities that thrive. Now and in the future, our aim is to provide guidance, support and inspiration to our communities. And our objectives are for all our communities to be attractive, successful and connected to places for people to work and live. The action plan to deliver this strategy was nearing completion just as the pandemic struck in March 2020. Since then, we have seen the very best of our communities as town and parish councils, good neighbourhood schemes and residents associations were joined by new community support groups and pop-up food banks to ensure that our vulnerable residents were supported. We know what our communities are capable of delivering. Our community strategy action plan has been developed with recovery firmly in mind mind. And I am confident that with this additional money, we will be able to accelerate the plans we had and deliver new projects and ideas that will invigorate our communities and support them to flourish as we look ahead to more positive times. I do not want to be prescriptive about, oh, I can't move my mouse. Oh. Can I have some more time, Chair? I do not want to be prescriptive about exactly what we will invest in, because we need to listen and learn from our communities and partners. But I do have some examples of the kinds of things we will look to invest in. Helping communities to improve their community facilities, village halls, sports pitches, playgrounds, open spaces, footpath networks, providing more support to help neighbourhood planning groups realise their ambitions, extra capacity for community safety so that we aren't just dealing with antisocial behaviour, but we're getting upstream of it to minimise it happening in the first place, and supporting communities to mitigate and adapt to climate change and provide the biodiversity net gain through their own local efforts. And for well-being, I'm equally excited. The wellbeing strategy has been developed during the pandemic and will come to this council for adoption in the coming months. Again, I do not want to be over-prescriptive at this stage, but there are so many opportunities here, including developing social prescribing for young people, addressing social isolation and loneliness through working with people like the Rural Coffee Caravan, building on holiday activities through supporting cooking and physical activities.
And I think we've got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
I gave
Chair.
you 5 seconds for your mouse. So
Thank you. Thank you. And I hope someone will finish this off for me in a minute. Thanks a lot.
Okay, moving on to Councillor Byrne, please.
Sorry, I didn't realise I was next. I beg your pardon. Okay, as Cabinet Member for Planning, I recognise that planning itself is one of those areas that enables outcomes across the entire range of corporate priorities, from housing and economic growth to communities' well-being and environment. So indeed, I do recognise what Councillor Morley and our Chief Exec were saying about we shouldn't be working in silos. I've always encouraged officers to ask if they need additional resource, but the creation of these specific budgets for each of our priorities does create some exciting opportunities. And as some of my colleagues have described, we do not want or need to be too prescriptive immediately, but some of the examples of the ways that I will seek to improve outcomes include a new fixed term resource to provide more support for neighbourhood planning. Our neighbourhood plans officer does a fantastic job in helping communities develop their plans. But as we get more adopted plans, I would also like us to do more to help communities to realise the ambitions that their plans articulate. I would like us to have a resource that will help bridge the professional and technical elements of plan making with the softer people and community aspects of those plans. I would also propose additional officer resource to support communities to update their conservation areas and make sure that local heritage interests can be properly evidenced and reviewed. It is also clear to me that good design is becoming increasingly recognised as a vital part of the planning system. We don't currently have any specialist design resource in our planning team, and I suggest that we invest in an in-house specialist design officer. Finally, as with good design, it is also clear that both through our own action and that of our government, biodiversity has an increasingly important place in the planning system, and officers have, at my encouragement, designed a biodiversity opportunities role, an in-house ecologist, if you will. This would enable us to reduce our reliance on place services and build capacity and knowledge across our internal teams. So whilst I can't muster the excitement and enthusiasm that my colleague Councillor Flatman manages, these examples do demonstrate my commitments to achieving our corporate vision to build great communities with bright and healthy futures that everyone is proud to call home. And I therefore will be supporting this budget because that's what it will enable me to do.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Stringer, please.
Sorry, Chair, Councillor Eburn was ahead of me.
Not on my list, it's you. So, Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just wanted to say it's all very sudden, this sort of change of atmosphere. And just I'd like to remind councillors in the administration, we could have shared toys at any time since this council's inception. And if we want to share lots of toys now, that could have been happening all the way through since the very start. Want to make the point about the 104,000 of the council tax increase. Just want to make the point that it's actually a fraction of any underspend we've had to date, and certainly a fraction of any underspend this council's had in the last decade. Also wanted to sort of make the point that we've got little evidence that 21-22 will be any difference in terms of underspends. So, this constant underspend is becoming, slightly embarrassing, frankly. As a service to the electorate, though, I think we need to make sure that all of what we do has integrity. I have once, as a leader of the opposition group, voted for an administration's budget. I don't think I'll be doing it today, despite this outbreak of £4 million and peace and love. One of the reasons why is to actually uphold a Conservative election pledge. In the election that got us here, the Conservative team did promise that they would keep council tax increases to an absolute minimum while ensure every penny is well spent providing frontline services. We'll ignore the last bit of that. I personally don't believe that the council tax increases this time have been kept to an absolute minimum. Not that I normally vote along Conservative Party lines, but I don't feel I can support this while it's not showing that integrity. That's not me being poor in terms of not wanting to work together. That's just I don't judge you on what you say. Well, I actually judge you on what you do. So I'm gladly work with you if this budget does succeed. But actually, with this change in it coming so close, actually, I would have preferred a bit more time to look at the consequences. It's because we could have ironed this 100-odd thousand out, and then I would have been supporting your budget wholeheartedly. Thank you, Chair.
Can't hear you, Chair.
I know, John. Yeah, I'm now there. So we're now going to go to Councillor Brewster, and the reason his hand isn't up, he's not got the ability to do that, but he has texted. So, Councillor Brewster.
Thank you, Chair. The economy continues to suffer as the COVID pandemic has led to further lockdowns. In line with the UK, in Mid-Suffolk, we've experienced high growth of universal credit claimants and rising in-work poverty, together with a fall in apprenticeships and high numbers of staff furloughed, with particular hardship for those businesses in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors. However, alongside intervention for recovery, we must continue to support the growth of businesses in our district through stimulating innovation, encouraging entrepreneurship and creating the right conditions for enterprise. The Innovation Awards we held in November 2020 were one of the first steps to foster a new future of innovation, with over 100 businesses involved in the event and a diverse range of nominees and winners from all sectors. From the success of the awards, we're now creating an innovation network with regular e-letters, a range of topical speakers and collaboration opportunities. The £1 million funding for economy will be a further opportunity to accelerate this growth and innovation in our district. I would like just to outline some of the areas where we are already working and where perhaps, depending on the cross-party workshops, further investment might be able to be made. Development of Economies for Healthier Lives programme, joint initiative between Economy and Communities team to provide skills development for young people, transferable skills for people in work, and a knowledge transfer light programme for fast-track growth of SMEs. Creation of more innovation hubs, pop-up programme to enable new business ideas to be tested in local high streets, and they could also include youth enterprise stalls. Development of new hot desk workspace at Cross Street in Eye. The business case will come before Cabinet in just the next 2 weeks. Further support for Freeport, that's if the bid moves on to the next stage. Development of a programme of inspiration, aspiration for young people to include innovation workshops in schools, creation of a youth enterprise awards, development of feasibility and design work for a business-led skills and innovation centre at Gateway 14, support for high-speed broadband rollout, further funding for town centre vision investment boards to include development of cultural strategy for market towns and cultural group in Stowmarket. Spend on the above examples would help us to achieve the outcomes of our emerging economic strategy for our district to be more connected and sustainable, more innovative and creative, and to develop skills and success while supporting our businesses to be resilient and encourage higher levels of growth as we start to recover from the impacts of COVID-19. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with the cross-party group and will be supporting this budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Scarf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, well, firstly, I'd like to welcome the leader's comments earlier on, which seems like an awful long time ago. But she said, I believe, that she wanted to protect the most disadvantaged of our residents in our district and had a clear understanding of our residents' needs. I'd like to sort of speak just to put some context on that. As Vice Chair of the Mid-Suffolk Overview and Scrutiny Committee, at this week's joint meeting, Babergh and Mid-Suffolk, we heard at first hand from the Chief Executive Officers of the Citizens' Advice that represent those two authorities about how they've transformed the way that they operate during the pandemic, new technology, more telephones, more computing devices, etc., and how they're reaching out to our residents in the north of the district, up near Eye, etc. We also heard, more importantly, and I think this is really the salient point, that Mid-Suffolk Citizens' Advice actually has a budget shortfall of £30,000 currently. And as a Stowmarket Relief Charity trustee, I can also confirm that the Mid-Suffolk CA did say this week that the Stowmarket Relief Trust, unfortunately, due to their own funding issues and pressures on their resources, have had to reduce their 3-year £15,000 a year grant to just £5,000 a year for the following 3 years. That's another reduction of £10,000 per year. I would point out that all statutory bodies, including this council, rely very heavily on citizens' advice, and they are often the first port of call. We also heard in their own words from the Citizens' Advice executive officers that they expect a tsunami that will follow once rent arrears, evictions and the end of the furlough schemes begins. And obviously this will inevitably increase their workload. So I'm sure that every councillor recognises the contribution made by Citizens' Advice on behalf of our residents. And I would just appeal that when we go through the process of this collaborative working, that we don't forget that, because I think they're very salient points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll move to Councillor Haddingham, please.
Thank you, Chair. The 1 million pounds allocated for housing will be most welcomed. Members are aware that in February 2019, my predecessor presented to full council our current homes and housing strategy and our homelessness reduction and rough sleeping strategy for approval. At the time, these strategies were approved unanimously by all members, and we now find ourselves entering the 3rd year of these 5-year strategies. Our vision is for residents to live in affordable and high-quality homes that enable them to build settled, safe and healthy lives within sustainable and thriving communities. Our vision is for residents to live in affordable and high quality homes that enable them to build I'm repeating myself. The Homes and Housing Strategy was developed with 9 strategic aims, and both these strategies were supported with comprehensive action plans, for which our Overview and Scrutiny Committee assess each year the level of progress made against the original plans. I'm confident that any additional reserves would support investment in accelerating our existing plans. We've already had huge successes, but this opportunity to invest further could support a range of activities subject to any necessary approvals. And I'm looking forward to working with this cross-party. And I'm going to support this budget. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And moving to Councillor Richardson, please.
Thank you, Chair. As ever, I think our thanks should go to Councillor Whitehead, to the Assistant Director for Corporate Resources, and to the wider finance team for their hard work in producing this budget. I'd also like to thank Councillors Field and Warboys both for the work they've put in to their amendment, but also for the gracious way in which they've conducted themselves this evening. I absolutely share Councillor Whitehead's commitment to cross-party working, and I look forward to helping to deliver that in practice. Turning to the matter at hand, I think this budget is a real step forward for our district. We are recommending a modest rise in council tax to continue our hard-won financial sustainability, whilst making significant investments across Mid Suffolk in our key priority areas. And I think that's exactly the point that needs to be emphasised, because it's only because of the former that we are able to do the latter. And what we have in this budget is something that could be a real game changer for our district. We have in front of us the opportunity to build on the ambitious programme of work we've already undertaken and to go even further. In particular, I want to welcome the proposal for a £1 million investment in wellbeing. This has long been a priority for Mid Suffolk and a personal passion of mine. I think it's now more important than ever. Councillor Whitehead was absolutely right. The most important aspect of all of this is our outputs. Now, I don't want to preempt the wellbeing strategy, which will be published in the coming months, but there are so many opportunities here. Councillor Flatman has mentioned several of them, but we can also extend and adapt our active wellbeing and active schools programmes and support our sports clubs and village halls to recover and build themselves back following what would have been a difficult year for many. The reason that this is so important is because it will have a profound and long-lasting impact on our communities. We will not just be reaching for the easy wins, for the low-hanging fruit, and we must and we will use this money to reap the rewards in the long run. But this isn't just about the investment in wellbeing that will deliver the healthier communities that we want to see. Through our work in other areas such as the environment, we can begin to see wider benefits to public health and wellbeing, from reductions in pollution to increased access to green spaces, as Councillor Fleming mentioned earlier. And I think that's really significant in what we can do to benefit all of our communities, not just the things that we have a legal and statutory responsibility for, but the wider public good that we can do as a district council. Ultimately, I think, of course, I recognise that the next few months will not be easy. But I fundamentally believe that this is a really ambitious budget that will ensure that Mid Suffolk rises to the challenge that we know we face. And for that reason, it has my wholehearted support, and I would encourage all councillors to vote in favour of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And moving on to Councillor Gould, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I was conscious that there are many councillors for whom this will only be their second budget, and who may be forgiven for thinking that Mid Suffolk's strong financial position is the norm among councils. It isn't. I worked out that I've been involved in 31 council budget settings. 29 of the 31 have had to resolve deficits, typically through savings, cuts and efficiencies. The other two are, of course, Mid Suffolk last year and now this year. There are a number of factors that have led to the strength of the council's finances, and not least the skill and hard work of the finance team. Strong financial planning, characterised by prudence and enterprise over a number of years, have provided us with a solid foundation. As Councillor Whitehead said, SIFCO makes a substantial annual contribution to the council, equivalent in the coming year to the council tax revenue from 8,800 Band D properties. An area that impresses greatly is the council's success in attracting external grant funding for key projects. In Mid-Suffolk, we've drawn in just short of £2 million in the last 12 months, a remarkable achievement that has enabled projects from solar carports through tackling homelessness to the decarbonisation of leisure centres. You've heard from the leader and cabinet colleagues about how we're using the fruits of good financial management to the wide benefit of our district. And as an administration, we have a strong sense of collective pride in being able to develop and take forward a programme of projects and investments that across key areas such as environment, well-being, business, housing and community, knowing these that will progress our strategic goals. In committing these substantial resources, we can't lose sight of the need to ensure a financially sustainable future. And there are things we can do to help. Recommendation 3.3 of the report would allow the council flexible use of capital receipts obtained within the qualifying period to fund service transformation and thereby release savings. This is an obvious and valuable opportunity to take, and I hope the recommendation will be supported. But there are the known unknowns, as someone once said, and these include uncertainties behind the one-year settlement and the deferral of fair funding, the business rate reviews and the replacement for the new homes bonus. As these issues become resolved, our projected future surpluses can be given higher levels of certainty, which may lead us to reconsider future levels of council tax.
And Councillor Gould, if you could summarise, you're at 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. So I'm delighted to vote for this excellent budget and the benefits for our district that will result. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. This has been a very difficult year for many people, and the staff at the council are amongst those who have done an incredible job in rising to the challenge that the COVID pandemic has presented. Many projects have halted, while others, such as increased support for voluntary groups, have had to be ramped up. But during this year, we still needed to deliver for our communities, so achieving a surplus and therefore not spending £2 million out of approximately £10 million budget seems excessive. And then we are faced with a draft budget for 21-22, where the government is giving us an extra £733,000 and we still can't spend it. Within the draft budget is a recommendation to put up council tax in a year when everyone, bar the hedge fund managers, is struggling, and we need to give our residents a break. Additionally, we don't need the extra funds this year. We already have the money in the bank, and I can't vote for an increase in council tax. The budget paper talks about thriving communities, but we can't support this unless we spend some money. I am pleased, however, that our presence on the council has ensured more consideration being given to climate change and environmental issues, even if the 1,500,000 and then 1 million hasn't been completely spent. Our amendment was very modest in its proposed spend in relation to the 4 million that is being stashed away on projects as yet to be decided, while in addition having a £9 million surplus over the next 3 years. The portfolio holder, John Whitehead, mentioned rosy. I mean, it's positively fluorescent. We don't need to be talking about making savings year on year. What we do need to do is spend some of these funds in our communities and help them to thrive. Once again, overall reserves have increased to an amount almost double our net budget. We need to stop hoarding this. And again, this doesn't even include the proposed 4 million on various priorities. We did not withdraw our amendment lightly, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss these priorities with my fellow colleagues across the council. We do too little of this as it is. I hope the portfolio holders' speeches don't limit these discussions and that we actively continue cross-party working through the term of this council, not just in the next few months. However, I really urge everyone to think about how these funds can be put to best use for the benefit of all our communities and that we use these funds now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We're now going to Councillor Mathieson, please. You're on mute, Councillor. Yeah, it's still on mute. It might be your microphone. I think it's quite high, perhaps. Shall I come back to you?
No.
Oh, I've got you. You're back. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. There was mentioned earlier the fact that we should create an attractive environment to attract quality jobs, and I quite agree with that, and indeed quality people. And because there is, quite a migration from town to countryside, as we know at the moment. But I wanted to see that applied to Gateway 14. That is our big job creation project, and it is not at the moment heading towards the attractive environment that was promised in the Stowmarket Area Action Plan and the design brief for that project, which I supported at the time. And we've got to do much more, as Councillor Wellham has said, in terms of benefiting the community, but also creating an attractive environment, working environment on that land. The public will really not understand if we, on our own land, on our own projects, we don't do something which is better than the developers would do, who are basically just interested in making money. And the same thing, unfortunately, does go for our housing projects, where we're not building the exemplar ultra low energy houses that we ought to be building, that we've asked to be built. And I think the other point I want to make is 18 months or more ago now, we declared a climate and a biodiversity emergency. The word is emergency, and we just haven't moved fast enough to actually tackle those two. We said we recognise an emergency, but we haven't actually worked at a speed which is justifiable to use that word emergency. And I, for the trivial amount of money as it is in the budget, that the council tax increase will bring, I really cannot see any point in doing that, and I can't support that, whatever that recommendation number is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mansell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we've heard a lot about lots of good intentions from some of the portfolio holders who've spoken already on this debate. And a lot of those good intentions I can't possibly disagree with. And I really do hope that this budget enables actions and not just words. And I really do, I welcome the prospect of cross-party working with the administration in order to make sure that we do get the best outcomes for our communities. I disagree with Councillor Passmore when he says that this is a radical approach. We are, after all, half of the council. And as Councillor Stringer's already said, we could have been working together 18 months ago. So yes, I really do welcome it, and I think this is a fantastic step forward in an approach to work together. However, similarly to Councillors Eburn, Matheson and Stringer, I can't really support the administration's proposal to increase the council tax. I won't repeat what they've said. You know, we do have a lot in our reserves, and 104,000 is a small amount compared with the amount of money that we have stashed away. So, you know, I really can't support that part of the budget. I think that's number 3.2 for Councillor Matheson's comments. But I do welcome the ability or the options of working together, and I think that's a great step forward. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to move to Councillor Warboys, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I too, I'm looking forward to working in these cross-party workshops, and hope I've got the opportunity to contribute to investing in our communities. I thank Councillor Richardson for his comments, but I fear I'm going to sound a little ungracious at this time. On page 46, we look at the forecast for the budget surplus, and year on year it increases from an estimated 3,632,000 at the end of 22-23 to well over £8 million by the end of 24-25. And this causes me concern. We've just heard a huge diversity of ideas coming forward, and I'm looking forward to working with fellow councillors from across the chamber in order to deliver some of these ideas. I think they do satisfy some of the needs of our community, but I'm concerned that some of these ideas now coming forward have been stifled in previous years in order to develop, in order to sustain a budget surplus. I think in the light of the comments that have congratulated the council on being in a comfortable position, we are going out to our communities and asking them to support an increase in the council tax, which is small, I agree, which does provide only 104,000 extra money. But I think the principle of asking for more in these difficult times, I find I can't support that aspect of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving to Councillor Ekpenyong, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague and Cabinet Member for Economy talked about technology in his little speech, and there's no doubt in my mind that we're going to need a lot of innovation and creativity to work our way out of the very difficult economic situation that the pandemic has put us in. So I'm pleased to hear that these will be key areas of focus, and note that we will be participating in the inaugural and virtual AI Festival next week, being hosted out of BT's Research Centre in Adastral Park, which will be attended by a large number of companies from our district. I don't know if it's widely known, but Suffolk is one of the world's most prolific locations for patented AI innovation. So we're looking to hear and see some great things from that festival next week. We're also going to be extending the virtual high street concept successfully trialled in Sudbury to our other key market towns, including Hadley and Stowmarket, where in fact this unique platform was developed at the Innovation Hub there. Participation in the virtual high street program will be free to users in the first year of operations. I'm also very pleased that we will be developing innovation workshops in schools and colleges and plan a Youth Enterprise Award scheme to get our young people involved in playing their part in the regeneration and the growth of our economy with their ideas, energy, and enthusiasm. And this is, I think, a very key element of what we'll be doing going forward. So I believe that with this budget, which I will be supporting and which shows the kind of financial sustainability that we all desire, we have a great opportunity to really push on from where we are today to get our economy back on an even keel and grow from there. And I look forward to being able to play my part in the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to Councillor Mellon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this budget is a missed opportunity. There was an opportunity here to send a message of support to our residents by budgeting for a freeze in council tax this year. Residents and households are struggling with the pandemic, with uncertainty and with financial stress. And I think people will also struggle to understand why a council so flush with funds needs to increase tax on them. Whilst I welcome the offer of cross-party working, this has come very late in the day, and I find myself unable to support a budget that increases tax when there is no need to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on now to Councillor Pratt, please. Councillor Pratt, you there? Thank you.
Hello there. Sorry. Yes, I just wanted to say that I unfortunately won't be supporting this budget, and just keeping it brief for a couple of reasons that, to be honest, haven't already been outlined. The raising of council tax at a time when, you know, a lot of our residents are struggling to make ends meet, when we're already kind of, you know, the books are well balanced and we have surpluses, seems to be unjust and unreasonable. You know, to push another point further, I feel that it's we could be using the money that we've got to do more. And to give you an example, we currently are laying out some improvements to make homes more energy efficient and to make sure they're better insulated. We could be using more of our funds to ensure that this is, you know, going further. We could do more in that. Also, you know, we've already gone over the idea that we don't need more offices, but as Councillor Matheson pointed out earlier, offices being overstretched across the board hasn't really been a new issue. This is something that the Greens and perhaps the Lib Dems have been bringing up for quite a long time now, that we do need more offices on the ground to carry out projects. So unfortunately, whilst I do applaud the willingness to work across party, I'm not going to be able to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And moving on to Councillor Geek, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was interested to hear that Councillor Carston defined voting for the administration's budget, which was developed entirely by the blue half of the council, as putting politics aside. Are Conservative priorities not politics? And then Councillor Stringer's working hard to fulfil a Conservative manifesto promise in the teeth of opposition from the administration. This is indeed a strange evening. My view is that I'm not prepared to vote for this budget in this year of all years, when we have such huge reserves and, on top of those, enormous underspends every year. This year of all years, we should spend, we should invest, as many have said. In Councillor Eburn's words, we should stop hoarding. In common with Councillor Stringer, I'm also going to defend Conservative promises, or at least try to, and I hope that some from the Conservative side will follow me. I will defend Conservative promises where they chime with green values. I'll argue for greater investment, which is after all so desperately needed in this world of austerity and cuts and massive underinvestment. But I'll also argue against raising council tax while we're failing to use this money to provide investment and services.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to Councillor Mayor, please.
Thanks, Chair. I've been sitting, listening with interest to everything that's gone before, and I'm staggered, really. I think it's a fantastic budget. Other councils are struggling to make ends meet, making cuts, and yet Mid Suffolk are building a springboard that's going to take our district forward. That springboard is based on reserves, and reserves are built up by underspends. Soon after joining the council, I was interested to read an article in the newspaper where one of our number spoke about the reserves being unnecessary. Well, I think those reserves are essential. They're very necessary, and those reserves have allowed this budget that will take Mid Suffolk forward. It's not going to be easy, and I don't think any of us should underestimate the amount of work that's going to be required. And I think the Councillor Fleming's comments about the Climate Task Force are well made. It's very easy to spend money. It's very difficult to spend money to ensure that you get the biggest bang for your buck. And that's what we're looking for. But I'm also conscious that we stand on the shoulders of others. These reserves that we've used this year, or intend to use, or propose to use this year, were built by others. And we must now build reserves for those that come after us. And so I'm delighted to hear that Gateway 14 is going so well. I've always been a fan of SIFCO, and SIFCO continues to deliver to build reserves so that we can have a foundation in the future that others can deal with issues. And let's not forget that reserves allow us to handle unexpected events without cutting services. And that is what we're doing today. We are building a budget for the future for Mid Suffolk, and I'm very proud to support it. And indeed, I really struggle to understand why anybody who puts the welfare of the residents of Mid Suffolk would not support a budget that delivers millions of pounds of investment. This is an excellent budget, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And finally, because we're approaching guillotine, we'll go to Councillor Hicks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Every year I normally start off by always saying the same thing, that I think it's really important that we reflect on the budget, and across all councils across the country, it is a time for us as councillors to think about what we're here to do. We're in this virtual chamber because the responsibility we have, and it's a big responsibility, and our responsibility today is to look after the residents of Mid Suffolk. And we need to decide how we're going to spend that sum of money and what we do best and the direction of travel for the future of this district. Now, as a Conservative council in Mid Suffolk, we have a really strong record of delivering for our residents, and it's a long history. It goes back many, many years, and it's one that we should all be rightly proud. Of course, no Conservative council this year has had to have an emergency budget, and that's because we are prudent and we do not put up council tax lightly. It is quite interesting for me today because, of course, last week I was criticised by the Liberal Democrats and the Greens for not putting up council tax to the maximum amount, which is what the Liberal Democrat and Greens wanted to do, to take the maximum amount in another chamber. And today there's criticism by the same party for putting it up at all. And last week I was told the burden on the electorate was acceptable by the Liberal Democrat and Greens. And today I'm told by the same parties opposite that it's the opposite. Now, of course, we do know that we do have support in place for the most vulnerable who can utilise reduction and support services around council tax. But we, as Conservatives, do not flip-flop. We are consistent. We take a consistent approach, and that is one of prudence. It's one of sound financial management. We are consistent. As we're all well aware, the budget being set in a very challenging and certainly uncertain times due to the ongoing impacts of COVID-19. But despite this, we can absolutely, with this budget, look forward with confidence. The investment in our district is important, and I think it's really excellent work by officers and Councillor Whitehead and the leader of the council in coming forward with a budget that's going to put additional investment into the economy, into housing, into communities, into well-being, and focusing on COVID-related business recovery. So I'm really delighted the approach being taken by the leader of our authority. The leader believes in working in partnership with others, and I've seen that myself when she goes out to SPSL, Local Outbreak Engagement Board, through the Suffolk Waste Partnership and more. And it's by working together we can achieve so much more. And I really hope that the opposition mean that they want to work with us and actually really show that going forward, rather than just talking about it. So it sounds good, and I really support this budget, and I really look forward to seeing the work together going forward with the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor, thank you. I noticed there are two more councillors wanting to debate, but we are approaching guillotine, and I'm really conscious of that. Therefore, I'm going to have to basically go to the vote on this motion, end the debate, so we can get guillotine in time. So my apologies that you didn't get your debate. However, if there is a consensus of opinion, we can continue that debate. if I hear nothing to the contrary, that's the way we'll go. Good. Nothing to the contrary?
Sorry, Chair.
Councillor Eburn.
Do you want us to put our hands up to respond
no,
to that?
I don't.
Or?
Just
oh,
no. If you oppose what I'm saying, just say so. And if you don't, please
Chair,
put your
I
hands
think
down.
it's an extremely important item on the agenda, and I think it's only fair that those people that want to speak should be able to speak.
More than happy. So, as there is no opposition to what I've just suggested, that's the way we're going to do. We're going to continue. So, going on to Councillor Field, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that decision. I'll keep it incredibly short. I heard what Councillor Hicks said. I want to point out he's quite correct. We've supported opposite directions in two councils. One council had a predicted budget gap deficit of £148 million over the next 3 years. The other council has a surplus, depending how you measure it, of somewhere up in the 18 million brackets. I think it's quite logical that one council has a real need for additional finance, and however painful, you have to take that. And the other council does not have a clear need for that finance, and therefore we feel this council should not raise tax. And I'll leave it at that point. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Otten, please.
Well, actually, Chairman, that's absolutely fine. Exactly what I intended to say, that John Field has just said exactly that. It's a complete different situation. And certainly, as far as the County Council was concerned, the only reason that the Green and Liberal Democrat and Independent group wished to put up a 26 pence rise in council tax was purely to support adult social care, which of course is not a service that this council has to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So there are no more hands up. And just for clarity, obviously we've got people that have been on the council for a short period of time. Normally we go for guillotine. On this, we have the consent to carry on because, as Councillor Eburn rightly said, this is an important subject and it must be heard. So, Councillor Whitehead, do you have anything further to add?
Hello, sorry, yes. Now I'm very conscious of time. Obviously, we've got the HRA budget and another item still to go. So I'm very brief, really. I do take on board, I have heard the comments across all the opposition. As Councillor Stringer said about council tax increases should be kept to a minimum. It seems like I could have a new best friend there, and I'll try my best not to disappoint him this time next year, because this time next year we should have a much clearer picture of the future government settlements. But beyond that, I think I said all I wanted to say in terms of my first speech and my answers to various questions. So I commend this budget to the council and hope it'll be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will now ask the Corporate Manager Governance and Civic Office to conduct the recorded vote. I will take item 3.1 and 3.2 together as amended, and it's been some time since we've heard it, so I'll read out 3.1 specifically, which was the addition of the words 3.1, that the general fund budget proposals for 2021-22 and 4 years outlook set out in the report be approved, and that recommendations to Cabinet be prepared using a balanced cross-party approach for the allocation of the additional £4 million of funding for investment in our local community economy, housing and well-being of our residents and in our communities. This cross-party approach would also give consideration to the budget amendments proposed in 2020/21 and 21/22. And 3.2, that the general fund budget for 2021-22 is based on an increase to council tax of 1.66%, which equates to £2.80 per annum or 23p per month for a Band D property. Corporate Manager and Governance Civic Office, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify, we are voting on 3.1 and 3.2 as amended. Councillors, could you please open the vote in the modern.gov app by clicking the plus sign in the top right hand of the agenda screen and selecting the vote. The vote item will show in blue. Please click on the blue line to open it. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Jessica. I'm afraid I'm unable to vote. I think I must have been shut out.
No problem. We'll come back to you, Councillor Fleming. Thank you for letting us know.
Councillor Fleming, can I take your vote verbally then, please?
For.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That is 17 for, 16 against and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. That is carried. I will now take 3.3 and 3.4 together. 3.3 is that the flexible use of capital receipts strategy and Appendix E be approved. And 3.4, subject to approved by Council, notify the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government of the adoption of the strategy.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, if you can open the vote in the modern.gov app and click on the top right hand of the screen, it will show in blue. Please click on the blue line to open the vote. Thank you.
Can I just point out that the record in the shows that the last vote was drawn? Oh, I'm guessing that's because one was done manually.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's absolutely right. And thank you for raising it anyway. But you're absolutely right in the reason.
Councillor Carter, we're still waiting for your vote. If you cannot are not able to vote, would you? Oh, it's just come through. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The voting was 31 for, 2 against and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. That is carried. Now, I'm conscious that we've been here for about 3 hours and we all need to have a leg stretch because we need to be sharp for the next agenda point. And I think Councillor Whitehead needs a breather. So please, we're going to take a 10-minute refreshment break. Please be back here in 10 minutes. So let's say, in fact, just over 10 minutes, let's make it 20 to the hour. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're now going to move on to the housing revenue account and budget 4-year outlook. So I'd like to invite Councillor Whitehead to introduce paper MC 20/25 and move the recommendations of the report. Again, I'm minded to allow Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Field and the seconders longer than the time normally allowed in these circumstances. All other councillors will, of course, have 3 minutes. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's getting late in the evening. I'd like to introduce now Report MC 2025. This HRA budget in draft was first reviewed and endorsed by Cabinet at the January Cabinet meeting. It was subsequently scrutinised by Miss Suffolk Overview and Scrutiny Committee at their meeting on the 14th of July. I'm grateful for the work that ONS does as an important integral part of our budgeting process and thank them for their endorsement of this HRA budget. The budget returned to Cabinet in February, unchanged other than just some very minor expense additions of £14,000. For the year 21-22, we're forecasting a surplus on the HRA of £102,000. This contrasts with a larger deficit of £564,000 in the 2021 budget. However, primarily due to slippage in our capital programme, we are now forecasting a surplus for 2021. The table in paragraph 5.2 compares the budgets for the 2 years with explanations behind the various line movements set out in detail in paragraph 5.5. Savings and efficiencies have been identified during a robust budget setting process. And despite the distractions arising from the pandemic, the housing team has introduced some significant improvements during 2020. And these are set out under the key headings, key achievements on page 103. I'd like to talk a little bit about our council tax rents. In April 20, we increased our council rents by 2.7%, being the CPI plus an additional 1%. This was our first increase after 4 years of a central government imposed reduction of rents by 1% each year. For the coming year, starting 1st of April 21, an increase based on September 20 CPI plus 1% works out to be an increase of 1.5%, or an average increase of £1.25 per week. Now, over a 6-year period, the net effect of these decreases and then increases is that our average council house weekly rent in March 22 will be £84.49. That's only marginally higher by just 11 pence than it was back in March 2016. We will not be changing our sheltered housing utility charges for 21-22. There is an element of subsidy presently built into these charges. We have seen reductions in the price of gas, electricity, and especially oil. We can therefore freeze these utility prices for 21-22 while still making some reduction in the level of subsidy. Members will recall that we did not increase sheltered housing service charges in this current year. There remains an element of subsidy with these charges, and to totally eliminate this subsidy in 2021-22, we would need to increase the service charges by £2.90. We are not proposing to make such an increase. The recommendation for next year is an increase of just £1 per week. It is my hope that we can find cross-party support for such a modest increase, particularly as it follows on from 2 years of zero increases. Members should note, as mentioned within paragraph 5.5, that we have plans to develop a rent and service charge policy for our sheltered housing during 2021, with a view to bringing it into effect from 22-23. Turning to capital, members will see that we have an ambitious capital programme for the 4 years from 21 to 25. Working within CENI, the Council has identified development sites for 254 affordable homes and 119 shared ownership homes. New builds and acquisitions are forecast to cost £42.2 million, and our housing maintenance programme £15.8 million. And Appendix A on page 109 shows how we intend to finance this capital programme. Finally, I'll draw members' attention to one of the most important paragraphs in the report, that is paragraph 4.2. This explains how we will be reviewing our 30-year HRA business plan to incorporate new build specifications, the design code, environmental retrofit improvements, and new safety enhancements. This new business plan, articulating our vision for council housing, should be coming to Cabinet and Council by this summer. I'd now like to remove the recommendations set out in paragraph 3 and would ask Councillor Haddingham, the Cabinet Member for Housing, to kindly second them. Thank you.
Councillor Hanningham, are you seconding the proposal?
Yes, I'm happy to second this report, and I'd like to refer my right to speak.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. Thank you. I would now like to invite Councillor Field to propose the amendments from the Green and Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Field.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure it will be grateful if I keep this short. I will try to do that, and we'll leave comments on the core of your budget to others. Our amendment to the HRA budget is simple and mostly proposes capital spend. We propose the building of some homes for social rather than affordable rent. We believe there is an opportunity to provide homes for the least well paid in society, and it will be affordable to the council if social value is adequately taken into account. It may be that such homes would not provide revenue contribution to future build, but that will be a small price to pay for the need addressed. To move on, we suggest a specific sum, a minor sum, 30k, assigned to the production of a report we believe would ensure that we have a clear understanding of the problem we face in upgrading our housing stock to meet our zero carbon targets. This would be a small price to pay for a basis on which we could plan our path to 2030. We propose a somewhat larger capital sum, 250k next year or this year and 500k in the second year, to allow us to explore the techniques and the skills necessary to upgrade our housing stock to reduce emissions and heat loss. We believe that exemplar conversions would do much to reduce uncertainty in the market, give us and others valuable data to plan the future, and trusted information we could supply to individuals and small business. We would, of course, advocate exploration of similar projects elsewhere, for instance, at building research establishments, to ensure we are not duplicating existing knowledge. That's short and sweet, and that is it. We would welcome your support.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Could I have a seconder?
Councillor Warboys again.
Councillor Warboys.
Yep, on my way. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second this amendment to the housing revenue budget. Our amendment is in addition to the existing building and acquisition programme. We propose this amendment to achieve the aspirational goals as described by the Norse Group in their design guide in our social housing. In particular, to achieve zero carbon targets and meet the Passive House standard or equivalent. This is to have examples of social housing that are literally as good as current technology can make them, that show what can be achieved and give us the opportunity to assess their success. We predict that these will be more expensive initially. We think that, however, in the long term, maintenance costs will be reduced, that debt will be reduced, tenant health is improved both physically and mentally, and local economic activity will increase. These houses will be test beds for new approaches and offer huge training possibilities so that we have a reservoir of people with the necessary skill sets to achieve our goals. Alongside this, we need to know as accurately as possible what needs to be done in order to meet our 2030 goals. So we're proposing a detailed survey and roadmap of requirements and accelerate the upgrading of our housing stock with the immediate aim of producing exemplar conversions to raise public awareness of what is possible. This will be good for private property owners as well as our own. This amendment recognises that we have a responsibility as a major provider of housing to take the lead in providing 21st century housing that meets the challenge of climate change, and in doing so also brings economic resilience. Again, this proposal is supportive of this Council's strategic priorities and has been scrutinised by the Section 151 officer and is achievable without compromising the setting of a balanced budget, nor result in any increase to council tax or rents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whitehead, do you accept this amendment?
Thank you. These opposition HRA budget amendments are primarily capital expenditure with only a very modest revenue spend. The capital proposed in this amendment totals 5.25 million over 2 years. As I said in my introduction, we are planning to spend 42.2 million on new builds and acquisitions over 4 years, and 15.8 million on our housing maintenance programme. We've identified sites for 254 affordable homes and 119 shared ownership homes. And we will be bringing an ambitious new 30-year HRA business plan forward very shortly. I'm sure officers will have listened closely to these opposition suggestions as this new plan is developed. But therefore, as an administration, we cannot accept, we can see no reason to accept these far more modest opposition proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. In that case, we must move to debate the amendment before voting on it. So that's what we're going to do. So there are no questions. Obviously, this is an amendment, but we are into debate. And I see, Councillor Otten, that you are hands up first.
Thank you very much. I think there's a huge amount to recommend this amendment. At the moment, there is a severe lack of people needing good, well-insulated, good social housing. I believe the need for well-managed social housing is something that is going to be essential in the coming years. Many families will find that they are unable to provide the level of heating and costs for themselves in the coming years. And I really believe that the council could take on this amendment and therefore provide incredibly innovative forms of social housing in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. This amendment looks to go faster and further than what is currently within the HRA budget before you today. What we're doing is really looking to the future. We should have been doing with our previous programmes of builds, been looking to up the environmental performance of these, ensuring they're for social rent and not affordable rent, and really equipping them for beyond 21st century inhabitants. And we want to go much further than is within the HRA. This amendment would take that further. It's been mentioned that there is a potential new plan coming forward, but we are not aware of that. So perhaps in the new spirit of meetings with the administration, they will be able to share that with us. But as we do not know what that is at the moment, we can't comment. And as such, we've put our amendment in with goodwill and to make sure that we can actually improve on the lives of those people that need secure social tenancies within Mid Suffolk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other councillors that wish to enter debate? Councillor Mansell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, whilst I think it's fantastic that we have a building programme to build our own council houses and make further Section 106 acquisitions to try to redress the balance of the properties that we are losing to right to buy. Now, there's always a bit of a misnomer with the word affordable housing and what is really meant by affordable. Councillor Whitehead has just mentioned that the build programme that we are that the administration are promoting is for affordable homes and shared ownership homes. And what we really need to be doing is committing to build some of our own houses, which will be at social rent, not affordable rent. Affordable rent is about 80% of the current market rate. But there are lots of people for whom that this is still not truly affordable. So we need to ensure that a greater proportion of our council housing is for social rent, not affordable rent and not shared ownership, where we can reduce those rent levels to make them much more affordable. You know, Mid Suffolk has a very high house price when compared to the average wage, and therefore housing is expensive in this part of the country. So that is why we are proposing that we need to have many more homes at social rent. We've also had a discussion of the retrofitting the low carbon energy sources for heating the homes. Our carbon zero target of 2030, I think, is a challenging target to make, and our budget proposal aims to speed up that programme of getting more of our council houses on low carbon energy, and also will hopefully make the cost to the tenants in order to heat those homes much more affordable. Therefore, they will be able to pay their rent more easily, and it will lessen our debt. So to me, it's a win-win situation. And we really, as others have already said before me, we should be really trying to build exemplar homes to be a great example to other developers. We should be committing to the social and community benefits as much as the financial benefits of building new homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Geek, please.
Thank you, Chair. My view is that we need social housing. It's the only way that we can solve the housing crisis. Affordables just don't cut it for teaching assistants, for shop workers, for anyone on the average wage. And I'm afraid I have to include my own profession, archaeologists, among people who earn really very little. We need it not only to provide good warm homes, we also need it so that we can enable people to save up deposits to buy their own homes, which is what most of us genuinely want to do. In addition, if we provide these exemplars of best practice, this lessens the risk of innovation to others. So it encourages owner-occupiers to follow suit. It encourages them, it enables them to take individual responsibility for their properties. And I think those things, being able to save up a deposit and being able to take the risk of improving your house, those are important to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have anybody else that wishes to enter debate? Councillor Amarosan, please.
Hello, thank you. Just very briefly, just to add, I encourage all councillors to vote for this amendment. I think it's a real opportunity to pioneer and show leadership here, and in the spirit of well-being and the thriving communities, as was highlighted and waxed about in the budget debate. I think this is an opportunity to embrace those values for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Mathewson, please.
Thank you. Very briefly, just to remind members that the previous council voted for the council to go ahead and provide some passive house designs. We did propose that a pilot project of building, and the Conservative group reduced that from building them to some designs, but I haven't actually seen the designs yet, and that must be 3 years ago or something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to come back then to Councillor Field. Have you anything additional that you'd like to add?
I think the answer to that is no. People have covered points more than adequately. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and also to Councillor Whitehead. Anything else that you wish to add?
Well, not really. Only insofar as the 30-year business plan that's expected this summer will be quite ambitious, and I suppose it's too big an ask to expect the opposition to draw their motion just off the back of that. But again, I'm sure officers will have been taking careful note of what the opposition have said in terms of their aspirations for social housing, and that's all I have to say, really.
Thank you. In that case, I'll now ask the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the recorded vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, could you please open the vote in the app by clicking the plus sign in the top right hand of the agenda screen and selecting attendance and voting. The voting tab for this agenda item will show in blue. Please click on the blue line to open the vote. Thank you.
Chair, I haven't got a blue line.
Chair, if I could, Councillor Brewster, if you can scroll down, you will see the blue line. Are you able to find it? If not, we'll take your vote manually.
It should be there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The voting was 16 for the amendment and 18 against. Thank you.
Thank you. That is lost. We'll now go back to the original motion where we'll enter questions followed by debate. So we're going for questions, and just a reminder, you can ask as many questions as you like, but it must be relevant and it must be a question. Who wants to start? Are there no questions? I'll give you a couple more seconds. Okay, Councillor Field, just in.
Sorry, the reactions aren't as good as they could be. Not surprised, but expecting the response. I was just a question to Councillor Whitehead, really. He covered the point about the government insistence on a 1% reduction in council rents, in affordable rents, I guess, over a period of 4 years. I wonder if he could explain on why he thinks that was done. What was the purpose of that reduction?
Councillor Whitehead, please.
Gosh, trying to remember back. I mean, this was something that similarly was announced in 2015. Off the top of my head, I can't recall just the whole basis of that. I mean, obviously it did for 4 years decrease rents by over 4% or 1% times 4 compounded, and it certainly didn't help our HRA account. And sorry, I don't know if Gavin or one of the officers can recall better than I can what that the basis 4 years ago.
I could always help you if you wish.
Oh, it was a rhetorical question.
I'll tell you what, so that we don't enter into any form of debate, so you've asked the question, let's bring in the Chief Executive who might have the answer.
I'll give you what I believe to be the answer, which is it was simply government policy. So our rents are to some degree still controlled by government, and government therefore obliged us to reduce our rents year on year at that time. I'm sure that also had a net benefit in terms of their overall housing benefit bill as well for government in terms of those costs. But yes, government policy, we're obliged to do so. That government policy has changed, and so we're no longer obliged to do so.
Thank you. Moving on then to Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've just got a couple of questions, if I may. At 5.12, it refers to the capital programme and refers to homes that are for affordable rent and for shared ownership. So my first question is there a possibility of amending that capital programme so that we are actually having some homes within that capital programme that are for social rent, because I think that is what our communities need, and especially at the moment, so they can reduce their rent. And secondly, I understand that the council is making purchases off plan, as it were, of various housing developments that are going on. Could someone confirm? I think the answer is yes, but can they confirm that none of those for social rent? And again, my question would be, is there a possibility to renegotiate or negotiate better so that some of those homes are for social rent? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rather than attempt to answer those questions myself, I would like to ask Gavin Fisk, as the AD for Housing, to give his views, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead, and thank you, Chair. I think, in all honesty, in answer to the question, the programme of activity in relation to those homes outlined in the budget report, there is unlikely to be any opportunity to change the approach being taken. Obviously, as part of funding for new homes, we attract Homes England funding, and the funding will have been set in advance. Hence, Section 106 properties that we are currently purchasing will also be for affordable rent, because that is part of the policy that Homes England introduced in order to receive the funding. Homes England have announced very recently a new programme of activity over the forthcoming years, and it's yet to be seen, obviously, what impetus they put on social rent within that programme of activity. I don't know whether Emily ATAC would like to add anything as the Assistant Director for Assets and Investments.
Thank you, Emily.
Good evening. Just to confirm that we do have some social rent properties within our programme. So I'm aware of the schemes that we are bringing forward ourselves directly. So things like the Needham Market Middle School site and Stowe Market Middle School site will have social rent properties as well as affordable rent properties. In terms of the Section 106 properties that we acquire those based on the tenure that has been agreed through the planning process. So the planning process sets the proportion of social, affordable and shared ownership rents within those schemes. So we acquire those based on those principles that have been established as part of that process. So I hope that helps.
Chair, can I come back, please,
Certainly.
on that?
Yeah.
The programme that's noted at 5.12 totals 373 homes. So in terms of the ones that are being brought forward, what would you say is a percentage of the programme for the next 3 years then that fell into social rent?
I haven't looked at those figures, but I'm more than happy to have a look at that outside the meeting and come back to you, Councillor Eburn, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. I would appreciate that, but could you send that to all members as well? Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Are there any other questions before we move to debate? Okay, we're now moving to debate. Again, you can speak once. You have 3 minutes and you will be timed. You're all very good last time, so let's stick to that 3 minutes. Who wants to start the debate? Okay, Councillor Field, please.
Again, I'll keep this brief. I think there's been some comments within the questions which would indicate that it would be really advantageous if the opposition groups were kept informed about the direction of travel. It's quite clear that we were just told that there are some homes for social rent being acquired, and that's something clearly we would applaud. That's a good thing to be doing, we feel. Since there are a range of income levels that people have, and that they all need homes, whatever your income. So I think I would really encourage that. On the point of my question, particularly on the reason for the government's policy to reduce rents by 1% per annum, my perception was that at that time we were increasing rents at CPI plus 1%. And we've been doing that for some years. And as councillors, opposition councillors, we were told, don't worry your head about the affordability of these rents, councillors. Those people on the lowest incomes will be on housing benefit, so it really isn't something to worry about. Of course, it proved to worry the government considerably since their housing benefit bill went up quite substantially. And I feel we could head exactly the same way at the moment. You know, we are again not just rising with inflation, which seems to be fully justifiable, but at a rate above inflation, particularly in a particularly grim year for everyone's income. So I think that for those reasons, I basically will be not supporting this budget, with some regrets. There are clearly some good elements within it, and clearly I applaud the building of more houses, and we'll be very pleased to see the details of what that entails when we get the new plan. But there has been no cross-party involvement in that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to John Whitehead for putting this paper forward. Councillor Whitehead refers to hoping that he'll get cross-party support for the recommendations within this paper. Now, that's a request that he has made at 9:05 on the day of a budget meeting in the evening. Perhaps if he had contacted us, or I'm on the phone, email, back in October when this draft budget was being put together, that would have been far more preferable in terms of if there is a spirit of working together, then why was that, why has it been initiated at 9 p.m. On a Thursday evening? Why can that, the administration hold the decision making? So why can they not put forward an open invitation back in October before these draft budgets are even put together and say, this is what we're considering, what do you think? Have you got any ideas? They can turn our ideas down, of course, but that would really be a way of actually getting us to get more support, and I'm sure many of us will be very willing to do that. With regards to the housing in particular, we really must refocus this council on social rent. It is not acceptable to have hundreds of people just on affordable rent. It is too high a percentage of private rent in terms of, especially with the current COVID pandemic and with people looking to ending furlough arrangements, people losing their jobs. There's a very high proportion of women losing jobs compared to men at the moment. And we need to be able to support these people with housing that has social rent, not affordable rent. And I would really strongly ask that this council refocuses its efforts on that. Similarly, we need to have a much, much, much larger retrofit programme, not just the odd 50 houses that are happening through a Green Homes grant, but a huge programme across the whole of our 3,500 of council-owned properties. We really need to get bills down for people living in those homes. We need to ensure that their homes are safely insulated so that it improves their health with people with asthma and those sorts of issues. We must do this. And the programme that's put forward to date just isn't ambitious enough. Again, we could use other forms of funding in this regard, and I know there are ways of doing this, which I'm sure officers can look into. And finally, with regards to our own new build, you know, can we all hand on heart say that the new build that this council is doing are truly highly environmentally sustainable and with strong social values, so that the people that live in them have got low bills? And again, I go back to the health issues, and socially, if someone has less to pay on their heating bills and so on, they are more likely to go out and get work for part-time and full-time job than not. So in conclusion, Chair, I would say that we want to refocus on social rent, look for a much larger retrofit programme, and our new build must be exemplary to show other developers what they should be capable of. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Councillor Scarf, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I wanted to sort of focus on a slightly different area of the report, and that was the right to buy sales. On page 105, and I'll refer to it, I mean, it came to scrutiny and I was part of that process. We're told that we sold just 12 against an original projection of 20 sales. And the money that we received from those sales can only be used as a 30% contribution towards the cost of a replacement home. I've always wondered why that is. You would think that right to buy would allow us to build new and modern and effective properties by selling older properties that maybe needed to be improved by the making extra value by the purchaser. The remaining 70% has got to be found from other resources. And of course, the really salient point is if the receipts that we get from that 30% are not spent within the 3-year period, they've got to be paid back to government, central government, with 4% above the base rate interest added. Now, under 5.19, we're told as to why, obviously, with COVID-19, we've had some serious delays in the council's housing development programme during 2020-2021. And of course, the ability then of the council to spend the full amount, which could have an impact on us actually ending up paying money back to the government, which I find quite perverse. And the officers have focused on an alternative programme to achieve the spend by purchasing existing houses and suitable land from the open market before March 2021, which obviously is fast approaching. And it says in conclusion that the actions will minimise any repayments that may be due back to the government. I would hope that we would go stronger than that and say that we would eradicate any repayments back, because I find the whole situation perverse when we sell a house that actually we only get to keep 30% of that house. So I would encourage officers to work really hard to actually make sure that we don't actually pay any money back and we don't pay any interest on that money either. That would be my point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Mansell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat what my fellow councillors have already been saying, because I agree wholeheartedly with all three speakers who've just spoken. But I would like to I would like to discuss the sheltered housing service charge, which is recommendation 3.4. And I do welcome the fact that we are going to be making a rent and sheltered housing payment policy, because you know, at the moment I think it's probably not quite a fair system in terms of the service charges for sheltered housing. But I just want to focus really on the amount that we're actually increasing it. We've been discussing whether we should have a CPI increase on the council house rents, or whether we go for CPI +1, and we're talking about a rent increase of £1.25 a week. That's on the rent of the house. Now, I'm quite sure that the service charges are not as high as the rents, but please correct me if I'm wrong. And we always talk about service charge increases in terms of their actual amount rather than a percentage. I would actually quite like to know what the percentage increase on the sheltered housing service charge is going to be, because those people who are living in sheltered housing are probably of the most vulnerable in our communities. So this paper is suggesting that they're paying £1.25 a week more on their rent and £1 a week more on their service charge. And that may be an awful lot of money for these people who are in the sheltered housing. So I really don't think I can support it. I know last year it wasn't put up and it wasn't put up the year before, which is why we really do need to have a look at this policy. So whilst I welcome the policy, I don't welcome the increase in the service charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And moving on to Councillor Matheson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very brief. We spend quite a lot of time and money measuring carefully housing need, and the answer to housing need question is answer: we need more social housing, and that is a very simple reality. And so I just implore officers and administration to wrestle the finances with Homes England and our money and deliver the maximum possible proportion of social rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat anything that anyone else has said. I just want to make the point why we need to have quite a radical programme of retrofitting and making our properties fit for a low carbon society. Someone gave me a newspaper the other day from April the 10th, 1963, and I've got it in front of me here. One of the interesting articles in it is a wedding of a certain Gerard Brewster, but it also has an article about how the council was offering to sell homes. Hartersmere Rural District Council is to offer for sale to the tenants 18 houses standing in pairs in isolated sites in Bacton and Cotton, among other villages. A price of £650 will be asked for each house. This is the outcoming of the vote, 14 votes to 5 at Monday evening's meeting in Eye. Mr Gordon Smye, resident of Cotton, as it happens, chairman of the Housing Committee, said that in round figures the cost of providing drainage alone would cost £700. There's a lesson there from history. We had to sell homes that we hadn't modernised and moved with the times. And I think we need to have that radical programme. So not only are our housing actually affordable to live in and heat, etc., but equally we don't want to relearn the lessons of history. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other people that wish to enter debate? Okay, Councillor Haddingham, you reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank my fellow Cabinet Minister for Finance for his introduction to the HRA budget for this year, 2021 to 22. As the Cabinet Member for Housing, I'm fortunate to see firsthand the work of the Housing Service every day. The income of the HRA receives is invaluable in supporting our tenants by ensuring their homes are safe and decent places tenants are proud to call home. The work of our team supports tenants to manage and maintain their tenancies while supporting them to succeed and thrive. This year, as with many council services, the impact of the COVID pandemic has impacted on the housing service. However, officers have continued to provide exceptional services, adjusting to working in new ways and finding opportunities to maintain service delivery and develop new ways of working, which have made services even more efficient, as set out in this report. This report demonstrates our investment in new homes and in capital improvements to our existing homes over the short term. Whilst our HRA business plan to be presented later this year will provide insight to our medium and long-term investments in our houses, including the safety, quality and energy efficiency of them. As portfolio holder for housing, I would like to take the opportunity to second this report and the recommendations set out within it in paragraph 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Whitehead, have you anything else to add?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick points on the sheltered housing. Babergh got 13 sites of 262 units, and they have 12 different charging rates over those 12 sites. Whereas in Suffolk, we've got 14 sites, 285 units, and we have one common charge at the moment, £30.85 a week. So the £1 increase is 3.24%. I think, hope that answers some of the questions that Councillor Mansell raised. Whilst the debate was on, I was just pulling up on my computer the speech I made to Cabinet on the 4th of January, and I said in there, I would hope that we can find cross-party support for such modest increases. That's in the sheltered housing. So that wasn't at 10 p.m. today. It was on the 4th of January, and then similarly at the ONS. At ONS on the 14th of January, I said the same thing. I actually said I would sincerely hope that we can find cross-party support for such a modest increase. So it's not really been sprung on at the last moment. So I just wanted to make those 2 points. But beyond that, I just commend the budget and hope it is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we go to the vote, there might have been an expectation that we'd take these either in small groups or as single items, but on the advice from the Section 151 officer, because these recommendations are all interdependent of each other, we're going to take the vote on block. So before I go to the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the recorded vote, I will go through the recommendations as a reminder to everybody what you're voting upon. So 3.1, that the HRA budget proposals for 2021 and 22 and 4-year outlook set out in the report be approved. 3.2, that CPI plus 1% increase of 1.5% in council house rents equivalent to an average rent increase of £1.25 a week be implemented. 3.3, that garage rents are kept at the same level as 2020-21. 3.4, that sheltered housing service charges be increased by £1 per week to ensure recovery of the actual cost of service. That sheltered housing, 3.5, that sheltered housing utility charges are kept at the same level as 2020-2021. And 3.6, that the budgeted surplus of £102,000 be transferred to strategic priorities reserve in 2021-22. And 3.7, that in principle, right to buy receipts should be retained to enable continued development and acquisition of new council dwellings. I'll now ask the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the recorded vote.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, again, if you can open the vote in the modern.gov app, you may need to scroll down to get the blue line this time. So if you can look down further, you will find the vote opening then. Thank you. Councillor Pratt, we're still awaiting your vote. Please, can you vote? Or if you cannot vote, please, can you let me have your vote manually? Thank you. Oh, okay, it's just come through. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We have 17 for, 16 against and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. That is carried. Moving on now to recommendations and reports from Cabinet committees. We'll look at MC20/26, Joint Capital Investment and Treasury Management Strategies for 2021-2022. I'd like to invite Councillor Muller to introduce the paper and move the recommendations in this report.
Thank you very much, Chair. This report is the Capital Investment and Treasury Management Strategies for 2020-21. There have been no significant changes in format this year, and it has been updated to reflect the latest capital expenditure, investment and borrowing, and the latest Treasury Management investment and borrowing positions of the Council. Under the SIPFA Treasury Management Code of Practice and the Prudential Code, both published in 2017, and the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government Investment Guidance published in 2018, we are required to determine separate capital, investment and Treasury Management strategy statements and prudential indicators annually before the start of each financial year. I will now run through the appendices. Appendix A, the capital strategy. This summarises the capital expenditure and financing requirements of the full capital programme for both the general fund and the housing revenue account, the details of which are in the budget report. This sets out capital expenditure and capital investment decisions and the associated risks and rewards, along with how risk is managed for future financial sustainability. It includes prudential indicators which demonstrate that the investment plans of the council are affordable, prudent and sustainable, and decisions are made according to good practice. It shows that capital expenditure planned for 2021, including carry forwards, is 63.2 million, of which 39.9 million will be funded by borrowing. Limits and boundaries for borrowing are set as part of the prudential indicators. The strategy shows that projected borrowing will not exceed these limits. Appendix B is the investment strategy. This details those expenditure items in the capital programme that specifically relate to assets bought and or owned by the council purely or partially to generate a return. This includes schemes which have the purpose of regeneration or development of the local area, as well as generating a return. In the context of this strategy, investments means those non-treasury management activities. The Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government defines these as two types of investments: service provision, where the council lends to or buys shares in organisations that provide a service. The council does not have any investments under this category, and investments for yield, which generate a return, such as the council-owned companies Suffolk and Gateway 14. The strategy explains how each investment contributes to the council's priorities and its security, liquidity and risk. It shows the projected total investment of the councils in Suffolk and Gateway 14 and planned expenditure on the council's properties held, at least in part, for investment purposes. A key change for 21-22 is the Public Works Loan Board borrowing is no longer available for authorities that have plans to purchase property purely for yield. The strategy therefore shows all Suffolk investments being completed in 2021 so that the council can continue to access the PWLB borrowing facility. Appendix C, a Treasury Management Strategy 2021, sets out the council's borrowing requirement and borrowing and Treasury Management investment strategies. This also includes a list of approved investment counterparties and limits. There has been no significant change since last year. For 21-22, information on the performance of the council's pooled funds and environmental, social and governance issues has been included. Appendix D is the Treasury Management indicators which we use to measure and manage the council's exposure to Treasury management risks. Appendix E, the economic update and interest rate forecast. The combined effect of Brexit and the after effects of the pandemic will dampen growth relative to peers, maintain spare capacity and limit domestically generated inflation. The Bank of England are therefore expected to maintain loose monetary conditions for the foreseeable future. The Council's Treasury Management Advisor, Arlene Close, is forecasting that the Bank of England bank rate will remain at 0.1% until at least the first quarter of 2024. The risks of this forecast are judged to be to the downside as the Bank of England and the UK government continue to react to the coronavirus pandemic and the new European Union trading arrangements. Appendix F, current investment and debt portfolio, shows the position at 30th of November 20. Mid Suffolk's borrowing totals 123 million, of which 99 million is long-term and 24 million short-term. On the investment side, Mid Suffolk has 15 million invested. This includes CCLA, UBS, Schroders, Investec and Funding Circle. We have continued the policy of withdrawing funds from Funding Circle as loans drop out and we have not invested any new money. Appendix G, Treasury Management Policy Statement, underpins the strategy and sets out both councils' regard to the monitoring of risk and performance, and the primary objectives remain security of capital, then liquidity, followed by return. There has been no change from the last year. Appendix H, Minimum Revenue Provision Statement, which shows the basis of how we put aside the resources to repay debt in later years. This has not changed from last year's statement. Appendix I is institutions meeting high credit ratings criteria, and Appendix J is the glossary of terms. I'd like to move the recommendations 3.1 to 3.7 as detailed in pages 113 to 114 of our papers. And could I ask for a seconder, please? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to second that as put out by Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, councillors. We're now going to move to questions, and as a reminder, you can ask as many questions as you like. However, they must be relevant and to the subject matter under discussion, and must be a question. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Muller, for that introducing that report. With regards to in the appendices, we refer to the ESG reports, which is the environmental, social and governance reports. And Councillor Walboys mentioned them earlier this evening in relation to Gateway 14. Now, reading that report, which is page 152, there seems to be a reticence of the council to actually implement ESG reports, and it says it'll be looked at in due course, and I paraphrase. Could you explain to me why there's such a reticence, and secondly, what time frame we will actually be utilising ESG reports on our investments? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Eburn. I'd like to ask the Assistant Director for Finance, Catherine Still, if she could possibly answer those questions, please. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wouldn't say that there is reticence. I think we need to have the right conditions to be able to do it, and we need to be able to take some money out of some existing funds to be able to move them into other funds. At the moment, we aren't in a position to be able to do that. There was a long discussion at the Joint Audit and Standards Committee about ESG, and the committee has asked for a further report on this to go back to their meeting in the May meeting. So we will be preparing further information and considering the issues further at that meeting.
Thank you very much for that. And if I can come back, so if it's being considered in May, when would be the earliest that would be, if it was agreed to take that forward, when would be the earliest that we would start implementing that? Thank you.
I'm afraid I can't give you a timescale until we've actually pulled the report together and had the discussion. Obviously, Joint Audit and Standards has asked for that to come forward, but my understanding is that it would actually be a cabinet decision, because it would be a policy decision as to what ESG policy we adopt. So I'm anticipating that Joint Audit and Standards will probably make a recommendation to cabinet.
Thank you. And presumably other councils do this as well, but I'll follow that up in due course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, councillors. Are there any other questions? Excellent. Okay, we're going to move to debate now. Each councillor can speak once for a period of 3 minutes only, and you will be timed. Councillor Mathieson, please.
Yes, following the question from Councillor Eburn, the problem is quite simple. Our Treasury management policy is not supporting our climate change policy, and we've been trying to move forward on this for a long time. The county-wide pensions committee has moved forward. It saved a great deal of the staff pension funds money that they did so in a timely way, and I just wish we get on with it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Any other people wish to enter the debate? Looks like nobody else has their hand up, so we are going to move to the vote. Before we do, though, I will read out the things we're going to vote on, so there's no confusion. So 3.1, the Joint Capital Strategy for 2021-22, including prudential indicators as set out in Appendix A. 3.2, Joint Investment Strategy for 21-22, as set out in Appendix B. 3.3, the Joint Treasury Management Strategy for 21-22, including Joint Annual Investment Strategy as set out in Appendix C. 3.4, the Joint Treasury Management Indicators set out in Appendix D. 3.5, Joint Treasury Management Policy Statement as set out in Appendix G. 3.6, the Joint Minimum revenue provision statement as set out in Appendix H, and 3.7, that the key factors and information relating to and affecting Treasury management activities set out in Appendices E, F and I be noted. Councillor Muller, before I go to the vote, have you got anything else to add?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask the Corporate Manager, Governance and Civic Office to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, the vote is now open. Again, you may need to scroll down to find the blue line. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The vote is 17-17. Can I ask you if you're going to cast a casting vote?
Yes, I will. And I'll stay with my original vote, which is 4.
Thank you. Chair, that is then 18-17. Thank you.
That is carried. So moving on now to council appointments. Is there any change to placings? Councillor Molly?
Thank you, Chair. No, nothing from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion on notice. Are there any? Okay, none received. Okay, before we close the meeting, I'd just like to thank you all for your diligence tonight and some really good debates, very good questioning. But big thanks to the councillors who put the work into those reports, especially Councillor Field, Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Muller. Thank you for your efforts. We've said it, and we've said it a few times tonight, but basically the skill, commitment, diligence of our hard-working finance team has to be recorded and noted. Without them, we'd be pretty stuck. So thank you for all your hard work. It is appreciated, and please keep it up. A few keywords or statements came out tonight, and there was stuff like, you know, outputs, and also things about under promise, overspend, not overspend, over deliver, and then value for money and evidence-based spending. But I think the most important thing that came out tonight was that cooperation, that cross-party work that we need to do. And I think that was evident tonight and will be evident in the future, I'm sure. So thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your commitment. And I will close the meeting with the date of the next meeting on Thursday, the 25th of March, 2021 at 17:30. Good night.